So welcome everyone. I'm very excited today to see you all here, all united in so many different places. A big welcome from Vienna in my case. I'm surrounded by 5 screens and I'm very excited to have you all with us. So today we'll have a true journey around the world. And my name is Dr. Philip Reinisch. I'm the founder of Silk Road 4.0. Many of you have seen me before. It's the 24th event that is taking place today. And I'm very excited to have you all with us on this global journey around the globe. Let me share with you a couple of slides that explain a little bit more the journey of Silk Road, where it all started. So before I go into details, I would like to mention that we are not alone here in this call today. So we're currently present in 23 cities around the world, joining in different time zones. So in my case, I say a wonderful good morning, good day from Austria, from Europe and Africa. But I'm also saying a heartfelt, a wonderful good evening, maybe even a good night to friends from Asia, from the Philippines, from China, to Nepal, etc. So today we have those 23 cities joining here. And it's not only those 23 communities that are meeting on site, but we also have our friends joining and showing this to our Restream partners from the Philippines, like our colleagues from the PSIM, but also a Restream to the International Institute for Peace and Diplomacy Studies. Also our friends from the Robotics Association of Nepal, also our colleagues from the Nepal Engineering Association, and of course to all our Silk Road 4.0 channels around the world. And also to mention our dear friend, Professor Merrill Hunter, who is kindly also live streaming this to his very interesting blog. So as you can see to the right, we have quite a full program today, but today I'm not alone here, but I'm also with my co-moderator, Dr. Sarah Hege. She's a scientist, but not only a scientist, she's also an international coach, a trainer, and a wonderful spirit, a wonderful human being. And she will help me with moderation of the event, but also with juggling out the online challenges. As you can imagine, with all those streams around the world, it's quite a bag of fleas, as I always call it, to tame all those different wonderful souls, bringing them together and making something useful and really impactful. So when speaking about impact, if you look at the compendium, for those who registered for the event, you should find an email with the link to the compendium in your inbox. This link leads you to our online live document, and there you will see the program of the day. We have today 8 sections that will take place in the following. So we'll start with a global welcome, then we'll give you a short introduction on what we have been doing for the last 6 months. And then we have 3 inspirational keynote speakers that I'm very excited about. Then we will end the regular session with a panel discussion on how we can actually take all these things that we're hearing today into action. So for those who have been following Silk Road 4.0 for a longer period of time, our main purpose, our mission is to do joint projects together. So for us, the most important thing is to have some kind of a tangible impact to the world, not only just bringing people together and have a little bit of chit chat. I mean, we love to do that. We love to have a glass of wine. We love to have good food, but more also to turn the discussions into projects. And if people ask me, so Philip, how do you define Silk Road 4.0? Most of the times I call it's a global venture accelerator. So we bring together the right people to do joint projects together. And I want to start with the global welcome. And before I pass over the word to my dear friend in Vietnam, please let me briefly tell you the story again about how Silk Road has been created. And it actually started in 2016. Back then, 9 years ago. I was back then vice president of an association, and we were organizing meetups. But then the question was, what happens if you take modern technology and take it to an extreme? What kind of problems are you facing? And the idea came up, why not go to the pole of inaccessibility? For those who are not familiar with the term pole of inaccessibility, that's the point on Earth that is most distant to the sea. So it's, I think, 2,500 kilometers away from the closest ocean. And to go there is one thing, but to go there with a high-tech motorcycle, with an IoT, Internet of Things related high-tech motorcycle, sounded like an interesting idea. So said and done, this is actually how everything started. In 2018, after 2 years of planning, supported by amazing people, I drove all the way from Austria to China and back. Had amazing human experiences. For example, one of the persons that I had the big honor and pleasure to meet, you will hear a little bit later today, is Professor Dr. David Sahakian, the former Deputy Minister for High-Tech Industries, who is also the Vice President now of Silk Road 4.0. I met him in 2018 when I passed by Yerevan. But why I'm telling you all this, and I'm now looking at the Austrian embassy in Hanoi, because the person and very dear friend who supported this whole endeavor back then is His Excellency Philip Agathos, the Austrian ambassador to Vietnam. I met him in 2018, so he kindly welcomed me back then to the Austrian embassy in Beijing. You can see here where I had the privilege of giving a short slideshow about the trip, about the half a year on the road. And now I want to welcome His Excellency Philip Agathos. Philip, I'm waving over to you. I hope you can hear me and you can see me, and I will stop the screen sharing. And I'm looking forward for your welcome word to the world.
Thank you very much, Philip. I hope you can hear me well. We had a very inspiring introductory discussion here among the small crowd that we are, meeting some very interesting people from different angles, both from companies, from incubators, from venture capital opportunities, so different, from entrepreneurs who connect Europe with Asia in a sustainable way. So software companies. So it's a very various crowd. Very very knowledgeable scientists. So we have a small but very fine crowd here. And just to show that this initiative wouldn't have happened without you. So because you were the encouragement, you say that I played a role. Well, in my small role back then, I find it amazing how we can use technologies to connect people. I think that's the important thing. My dear friend Florian here was saying before, when technology opens a lot of opportunities. And that's a good so. We should use them, but we should beware of from the moment when technology becomes our master. That we should avoid. So I think that's a very, very good saying. So we need really to keep on using technology, but staying on top of it. We need to understand what it does. AI is a wonderful thing as long as we know why the AI decides this or that. I think that's very crucial. That we never never let things out of the hand, because it's there to serve us. So I think that's an important thing, that we connect the people, and that's what technology does. And you are the perfect example of that. That's how you actually, your project, you didn't continue onto that. Your project happened because of COVID. So you took the huge, catastrophe that happened to mankind, but you used it in a positive way. You said, okay, well, I'm not going to stand still. So then this moved into the net, and then now that COVID is over, it became a combination of both, which is of course what it should be. So you encourage hundreds of events, and I think that's good. And I'm looking forward to all the people that are going to speak tonight, from our point of view tonight, or from today from your point of view. And also, I'm also thankful that some of those people found their way to the International Digital Security Forum happening a bit later in the early June in Vienna. And it's amazing to be able to connect those people who otherwise would have not met. So looking forward to this, and thank you very much for the spirit that you put into it, and happy to contribute year on, year out. Thank you. Bye-bye from Hanoi.
Thank you, Philip. Great pleasure to have you with us. And I will also share the link to the IDSF in the chat. It's also in the compendium. So if you go into the document later, you can find the direct link. It's very easy, idsf.io. It's an amazing conference together with our colleagues from the Austrian Institute of Technologies. And this leads me to the next speaker, welcome speaker. Let me share with you his face already in preparation. Our next welcome speaker is a dear friend. And again, he's Austrian, but the fun thing is, I think we physically met in Hong Kong. So as you can see, it's an Austrian community coming together, and it was not really intended to be so Austrian focused, but the more I think about it, I think Austria, with its international reach and its global heritage and its ideal position in the core, in the center of Europe, I think Austria is uniquely positioned actually to connect communities. And when it comes to connecting communities, I want to mention the Austrian Asian African Association, an amazing association that brings together not only Austrians, but also African and Asian partners. And with that, I would like to welcome our friend Walter Junge to the stage. Oh, I just noticed that our keynote speaker, Giselle Padapa-Seeger, has raised the hand. Was there
good. She's moving to backstage.
Perfect. So then I would like to move on to our friend Walter Junge from the Austrian Asian African Association. Hi, Walter.
Hello, Philip. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to be here. And Philip, thank you very much for using a picture of mine where I'm 20 years younger. That is very kind of you. Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you a little bit quickly about the Austrian Asian African Association, an association based in Austria that was founded about 13 years ago. We are proud to have a membership of about 150 business members. So we are a B2B business association in 14 countries from the DACH region of Europe, German-speaking region of Europe, mostly focused on Austria, Germany, South Tyrol, a little bit of Switzerland, to Southeast Asia, China, and key countries in Africa, with a main focus on Kenya and South Africa. So the association basically is a business association that enables business transactions and communication in both ways. And we are proud as well to use our funds to support children charities. I heard about the robotics company in Nepal. We have spent a lot of time in Nepal because we have our own school as well in Nepal that we support. We are quite present as well in Thailand and other Southeast Asian countries. And we have a lot of these opportunities. So ladies and gentlemen, if any of you are ever interested to get to know us a little bit closer, please do contact us. And we are present with ambassadors, as I said, in 14 countries. And it would be a great pleasure as well to host you, obviously, in Austria. Unfortunately, I cannot show you the background, which is quite amazing, because today we are sitting in the vineyards of southern Austria on the border to Slovenia, and it is absolutely an amazingly stunning place. So it would be my great pleasure to host you one of these days. And Philip, I'm very much looking forward to welcome you tomorrow evening to our event with our members that we are hosting here. So again, thank you for allowing us to be part of this. And if you can support Silk Road 4.0 or any of you personally in our countries of influence, as well as in Austria, please do not hesitate to contact us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Walter. It's always great to have these friends from Austrian, Asian, and Africa coming together. And this also leads me to the next speaker and next friend that has been joining us for many, many years. I hope that our friends from Bangladesh can hear me. I just want to mention the colleagues from Dhaka. And I also would ask to invite Dr. Syed Muntasir Mamun, or a representative from his office, to say a little bit of welcome words, or some welcome words from Bangladesh. Zubaya, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
So I wonder, is Muntasir joining, or?
Yes, he is in the, he is joined individually, just
Okay, in the meantime, just to tell you the story about how I met Sir Muntasir Mamun. Actually, it was a typical online encounter. So we somehow connected on LinkedIn, and then after exchanging a couple of messages, we discovered that we actually have a lot of things in common. So Sir Muntasir Mamun, he got his PhD from Oxford University, and as a Chief Innovation Officer of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Bangladesh, and as General Secretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, he's very much interested in how can we leverage technologies, how can we apply technologies to a larger extent to whole societies. And this is how we got started, and Muntasir was also a keynote speaker of our last event. No problem, Zubair, if he's not
Here, he's here.
He's here? Okay, perfect.
Hello. Hello, good afternoon from my end, and good morning at your end, I guess, Philip, Dr. Philip, and the whole community of Silk Road 4.0. A very good afternoon from Bangladesh. And as you might be knowing, that we're having a bit of rain and a bit of sunshine, and it's a beautiful time altogether. So yes, the entire spirit of it to you. See, we have been having these discussions for last more than 8 years, 9 years now. And I believe that this is time to move up and move up the ladder. And I suppose that we now have the younger generation also coming in full force. As you might be knowing, that we have been working with 3 different perspectives. First is, of course, identifying our institutional voids, where we have inherited the legacy problems and we try to bridge those voids. That's the Oxford vantage point. Connect the technology, connect the markets, and connect the organizations in one seamless milieu of events. So that's one of the core areas that we have been working with. And we believe that we could be meaningful partners. It's not only a binary relationship, rather it's a multi-faceted, multi-layered, multi-dimensional relationship that we share with Silk Road 4.0 countries, communities, nations, peoples, individuals, and institutions and enterprises. So with that in mind, I'd request my colleagues, Ms. Rokaya and Zubair is already there, to give just a few words from their perspective as young leaders from this part of the world. Over to them.
Zubair, you're still muted in case you want to say something, just to let you know.
Yes, Rokaya or Zubair, whichever can hear us.
Hello. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes.
Working.
And now you're muted again, so you need to accept my invitation to be unmuted. Thank you.
And for those who are interested about what you're going to hear, Rokaya and Zubair, they also gave a presentation in our last event. So today,
yeah, I can hear you and I can, yeah. So I'm really glad to have this conversation ongoing as a partner. So we are proudly representing design in Bangladesh. We are not just a showcase in fashion. We take, co-create and build system of empowerment to master classes on sustainability design and co-branded upcycle collections. We believe that innovation must be inclusive, ethical, and future-forward. We are empowering the next generation of designers to move from customers to creators, from job seekers to job creators. We are inheriting e-commerce, AI tools, and storytelling to ensure that every handcrafted products are not just value, is a vision. So I'm really thankful to joining today in this global summit from Dhaka, Bangladesh. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Zubair. It's always wonderful to have other parts of the world so nicely presented. And I just want to show you again the map. So you have a visual impression on what we are up to. So next to Bangladesh, we also have our friends from Nepal, from Kathmandu joining. We have two cities from China joining, Nanjing and Chengdu. We already heard Vietnam, Hanoi, but also our friends from Ho Chi Minh City. I'm waving over to the second city in Vietnam. Of course, our friends from Manila. It's always such a pleasure to have you on board. Also, friends from Jakarta joining. Africa, we are constantly moving forward to other parts of the world, other parts and other regions in Africa. So Uganda, a big hello to Uganda, to Kampala, to also our friends in Nairobi in Kenya, and also to our very interesting partners from Stellenbosch. So IntelliEdge, our partner in Stellenbosch, they're a very interesting AI company, by the way. If you are looking for business models in your AI journey, those are the people to speak. And especially greetings to Jonas Stray, who is a distinguished expert in advanced analytics within the retail sector, who gave a talk as a pre-program as part of the Global Future Summit. And that's the nice thing, that what you see here, it's just the 3 hours of the Global Future Summit that is live streamed to all places around the world at the same time. But people are now organizing an event before or an event after. So, and this is exactly what the colleagues from Stellenbosch in South Africa did with the invitation to Dr. Jonas Stray, where we're discussing AI and implications in the retail space. But the very same thing we also did in Bucharest. So I want to send a heartfelt welcome to Lilia Topora. And she organized also an event in Romania featuring Alex Dascalo. He's very interesting, so worth to connect on LinkedIn. He's the lead director at the Founder Institute in Central and Eastern Europe. And he has directly facilitated the launch of over 80 startups, mostly tech-enabled. And this is also something, maybe we have contact points with our Silk Road 4.0 activities that will be explained a little bit later David Zahakian. And also I want to mention Dr. Anna Jorga, who also gave a presentation. She's a leading expert in consumer neuroscience and behavioral sciences, and also a recognized global voice in customer experience and marketing. So having said this, a big welcome to the world, also from Vienna. And I want to do a little bit of housekeeping. So for those who have been joining Silk Road 4.0 for longer periods of time, it's work. So our event is not just, sitting there and having a coffee and listening to something, but really want to create something. And that's why we are using Slido, the app where you can ask questions during the event. Here is the QR code, and within Slido, you will also find the possibility to do some polls. The Slido link that you see here is a so-called technical redirect. So that's the simplified Slido link, but we will also share the Slido link in our social media channels and in our Zoom session. So in case you haven't done so, you can also directly connect to this Slido app. And asking questions is one thing, but also we have some information, more information about this event for you at hand. For example, you will find the possibility to nominate a global impact project. So you will also find this in the compendium in our ebook. So the idea is we are bringing together experts who have a global vision with their projects. And then instead of doing it alone, why not bring other experts who can help with accomplishing the mission together? And that is exactly what our global impact projects are for. You can also connect with others. So we have one Google form. Whatever you hear in the following, you can select the person you want to be in contact with. You let us know, and then we establish a contact. Of course, you can also find other information about the events that we are organizing, but also the course that we're organizing. So whatever you want to know, this is the place where you tell us what you want to get informed in, and then we'll make sure that you get the right information from today's Global Future Summit in your inbox. Of course, we also have an ebook, the compendium, as we call it. It's constantly growing. I think now we are 52 pages or something. So every partner is listed in the compendium. All the projects are listed in the compendium. So whatever you want to know, look into the compendium. That's the right source for you to learn more. And then, yeah, again, as I mentioned, the polls, we will start at the very end, a feedback session. So you can let us know what we can improve, if there is anything. I hope so that we can improve. And with that being said, I want to actually tell you a little bit more what we've done in the last half a year. So as you know, we have 2 events going on every half a year. One is in May and one is in November. So on November 28th, the next event is coming up. And we have online-only sessions where we meet discussing different topics. And for those who are new to Silk Road, please let me very briefly explain the 4 circles, because this is the underlying concept of our global community. So what we do is we bring technology and innovation people together. But for example, me, I'm a laser physicist. I'm a project manager, but I spend much more in the social science world when I manage projects. So typically I spend 5% of my time in really hardware and software development, but most of the time something like 60% in a people and culture world when I do a project. If the projects are really large, then I do a lot of contract work, governance work, law work. So for example, one project that I was honored to lead, we had 330 pages of contract. So interestingly, I'm a laser physicist who is actually lawyers work doing or governance work doing. And this is exactly the communities that we're bringing together. We're bringing engineers and technology and innovation experts, social scientists and global governance experts on the table together with people from the business and finance world. So for example, one of our keynote speaker, two actually of our keynote speaker are coming from the business and finance world. So Professor Lopez Claros and Dr. Hayat Sindhi, you will hear them later. So, and what we also do is we bring a planetary, a bigger picture into the mix. So from all the projects that you can do, which are actually meaningful and which make sense. And there's one request that I would like to ask everyone who is joining today, listen actively, because every person who is speaking today has a different background, and the way that a business and finance expert speaks is totally different than an engineer is speaking or a social scientist is speaking. And I really want to train you that subject to the background of the person, the communication will be different. And today is a perfect playground and experimental field to sharpen your ear to listen what is the background of the person, and then it helps you to better understand the person's need. So I just rush through. I already mentioned the Global Impact Project. So whenever you have a Global Impact Project, let us know. Of course, we are always welcoming members to our business club. So you will also find more information about joining Silk Road 4.0 as an individual or as a corporate member in our compendium. And with that, I will hand over the microphone to my dear friend, Professor Dr. David Sahakian from Armenia. And David, as a vice president of Silk Road 4.0, will tell you a little bit more what kind of projects we have been doing. And with that being said, welcome, David. Great to have you with us. And I'm trying to unmute the right microphone. So there's a technical thing. We need to find the video, and the audio is separate in Armenia for technical reasons. So David, can you hear me? Can you see us? No, it's I don't. Yervan, here we go. Ask to unmute. You need to, and as you can see, bringing people together from so many places around the world, it's still a connectivity thing. Oh, I think something is.
Do you hear me now?
I can hear you, David. Perfect. Wonderful to have you.
Okay. So you hear me, you see me, you see my slide.
Yes.
Okay. So first of all, greetings from Armenia, from Yerevan. I'm very glad to see all of you around the world during the Global Future Summit. And I will tell you a little bit about our progress during the last 6 months. Taking into consideration my time limits, I will talk about only important things. So, first of all, I would like to introduce Business Club. So we were talking a lot about the Business Club, but recently we have finalized the main concept of the Business Club and how people will get together and how they will collaborate within the business club. So it's a private membership-based community that brings together entrepreneurs, investors, scientists, executives, startups, and professionals from all spheres to network, learn, and share the knowledge, collaborate, and of course, grow. It acts as a hub for knowledge sharing, business development, access to capital. I will talk a little bit later about it, and exclusive opportunities. It will exist physically and virtually. Very important because in one hand it's a virtual community, but it works perfectly physically when you travel over the world and you see our members in almost each country. So more details you will find in compendiums, as Philip said, but the short information that the individual package will cost 2,000 euro per year, and corporate one will cost 7,000 per year. And at the same time, these prices can be changed based on partnership status. So currently we have 5 big projects. In this slide, we will see 4. The next 5th one I will talk about later. The first one is University for the Future. As Silk Road 4.0 is aiming to bring technology for our future perspective. So University for the Future is very important project. In our portfolio, National Competence Center in the framework of Euro HPC, internalization,
David, the audio is not is turned off somehow. Maybe somebody accidentally from the team turned off the audio feed for Yerevan. Yeah, now it's working again.
Do you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, David.
Yeah.
And David, can you please raise your voice a little bit, because we have some partner locations who cannot hear you very well. Thank you.
Unfortunately, is this okay if I speak like
Now
this?
it's good. Yes, now it's good.
Okay. Okay. So next project is internalization of services for global tech impact. The 4th one is Learning Cloud Factory worldwide. And the 5th project is our Global Startup Factory project. The aim of which is that as a structure for phase program, ideation, incubation, acceleration, and international acceleration, we create startups from the ideal level and to become investable, and later on to achieve unicorn status. Global Innovation Centers program is on the queue, but it will be considered as a sub-project for the Startup Factory program. So during this, as you see, we have a lot of programs, and what is the advantage of being part of our business community? So mainly is to be our representative in each country, because as you saw, our project name is global. So we have global terms. It means that it will be applicable to every country, and we will collaborate with each our members who is interested to be part of this project. The second one is whenever we implement these kinds of huge projects, it's an opportunity for our members to be involved in this program as a speaker, as a mentor, as a professional, as an expert. So we are very different. We are very different, taking into consideration our mentality, our behavior, even our religion, and we have this slide which shows, for instance, how Philip makes a deal. So you see Philip signing agreement with the AIM Global Foundation. It was a couple of weeks ago. We are partnering with them to attract their network of investors. And this is, for instance, how I make a deal with our Chinese partners in Beijing. And as you see, we are with the Capital Bay. by the way, so as you see, we are different. We have different mentality, different religion, but what makes us unique? We, of course, all are concentrated on the honor, code of honor that we developed. The second one, we believe, we have the one belief that we can make better world together. And I want to finish on this, and one more time, call to action to study, to check what business club will do, how business club will benefit to you, to your business, and be part of this big community. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Great to have you with us. And this also leads me to a next dear friend and partner, Professor Anis. Let me share with you this slide. With Anis, Professor Anis Bayraktarovic, we are working on creating a course aimed for people working in the governmental field who want to have a better understanding in AI and robotics. Because as you know, those two fields, they are exploding when it comes to the progress. But what is the impact to a governmental official? And I would like to hand over the microphone to my dear friend, Professor Anis Bayraktarovic, to tell us a little bit more about the course concept that we're developing. I know that Anis is also in Vienna, but at the moment you are in a different place. So welcome, Anis. Great to have you with us.
Thank you, Philip. A great show. Congratulations, sincerely. I'm very impressed, you know, with the outreach, with the content, with the commitment of all participants. And by telling this, I want to also send my warmest greetings from, indeed, rather exceptionally cold Vienna for this part of the year. Right now, I'm in the United Nations, and I'm actually calling from there. So physically it is and it is not. It is not Austria, because the premises of United Nations are following completely other legislation. So in a way, this is the United Nations world or family or let's say planet. The reason that I'm just connecting shortly and taking some of your time is to announce indeed our course. I'm in education for quite long. We are doing it with the consortium of primarily European, but actually also global partners. And with you, Philip, with the Silk Road 4.0, it will be the interdisciplinary course on understanding of artificial intelligence and robotics, and actually the entire technology that has a disruptive potential, constructive, but also disruptive potential. And it is especially for the cross-disciplinary understanding, because usually in the bigger companies or in the governmental sector, you would have one department that has highly sophisticated specialized language, which is not understood by the others. So, for example, the lawyers from the legal department will not understand engineers and vice versa. And that's one of the biggest problems, actually, to articulate, to be sensitized enough to understand that, for example, things are not any longer in your realm, so that you have to involve other departments. And so to be, let's say, from the early on alerted, and to be able to formulate actually the claim or the problem or the request to other parties in an understandable language. So primarily this course is actually trying to map this jungle of artificial intelligence, this buzzword that everybody talks, but very few practically understand, especially the entire dimension, the cross-disciplinary dimensions, the social dimension, political security, not only the technical dimension. So for the technical people to understand more humanistics or more non-natural sciences, and for those from the let's say from the humanistics and from the social sciences to understand more technological part of the thing, in order to, as a distinguished ambassador, I think from Vietnam was mentioning, that actually we ride this horse, and we ride this horse not breaking our neck, and not vice versa, that the horse starts actually riding us in the end, so that we are in a possession of technology, that we grasp all the problems and let's say some hidden places, if there are any. Of course, many associate robotics and artificial intelligence with the human presence eliminating technologies, and that seeds the fear, and it creates actually a negativity, a negative feeling, and out of this negative charge of energy, we cannot create anything good. Then people are pulling back and they are resistant. It's like a lumpen proletariat in former times in Great Britain, when actually a labor that was laid out because the machines was appearing and the manufacturing in Britain, especially in textile industry, have started. And then the organized labor force, so the labor force started to organize themselves, and in the organized form, they would broke up into the factories in the night, and they would destroy machines, thinking falsely that actually machines are guilty for the things. And what actually was the success of the entire story was actually both sides were sitting over the table and discussing things and finding solutions. So that would be also with this technology, and we are actually trying to help to facilitate that. So the course is actually also connecting Global South with the West. Unfortunately, due to let's say unfolding chain of events, West and primarily Europe is losing sight with the Global South, and we are trying to close this gap and to reconnect in a very, let's say, academic, interdisciplinary, but also in a practical way, the OECD world and the Global South. Philip, having said that, I wish all of us, all of you, wonderful deliberations and a great day full of connectivity and bright ideas. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. Thank you, Anis. Before we move on to our next keynote speaker in Brussels, I'm just asking the team to give the video permissions to their colleagues from Belgium and to Augusto Lopez Claros. So thank you, Anis. Thank you very much for joining in, for presenting our course. I think we are definitely very timely, especially when it comes to AI and robotics. So that's a discussion that Anis and I always have. Shall we focus on AI? But I'm an engineer, so for me, there is not much difference between AI and robotics, because it will move closer to each other. It's just a matter of time until the software really enters our daily life. And especially when artificial general intelligence is coming, and I expect, honestly, very, very soon to have this, so not later than 2030. So essentially, it's 4 years from now. And with that having said, I want to hand over to Sarah, who will help us in the following with the moderation of the inspirational talks that we are going to hear. So I'm very happy that three esteemed experts are joining us. And now I will shut up, and that's the best part of an event. You just lay back and listen to when other people do the work. So with that, I'll let Sarah take over. And Sarah, the microphone is yours.
Thank you so much, Philip. Hello and very warm welcome from my side, guys. So I'm dialing in from Cairo. I'm based in Germany, but I'm back home right now. So my original home, which is Cairo. And I'm so delighted to be with all of you from around the world. It's just so massively impressive to be dialing and being heard and seen in 23 locations all at once from around the world. So thank you so much for everybody who's contributed to make that happen. Thank you to Philip for founding this. And now it's time for me to showcase to you our great speakers. So we start off the session with Professor Dr. Augusto Lopez Claros. He's from Brussels, Belgium. The only thing is, I cannot really see him in the webinar list. So yes, Philip, if you can please share him with us. So let me just tell you a few words about Professor Dr. Augusto. He's a globally recognized economist, thought leader, and executive director of the Global Governance Forum, with over 3 decades of leadership experience in international organizations such as the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, and the World Economic Forum. He's widely respected for his expertise in governance, competitiveness, and sustainable economic development. He has served as chief economist and director of the Global Competitiveness Program, as well as the IMF's resident representative in Russia. So with that, I would love to welcome Dr. Augusto on stage. Thank you very much for being with us, and we look forward to hearing from you. Is Dr. Augusto ready?
So I see that our colleague, our partner in Brussels, Victor Bourgain, is up and running to the microphone, and
everything seems to be working.
Perfect.
Thank you. Awesome. Thanks a lot. I just want to briefly, until Dr. Augusto comes to the stage, if you have any problem, you can go to the backstage and our team will take care of you. Yeah, hopefully we don't have problems, but if we do, we're always prepared, just so you know. Brilliant. Thank you so much. Are you guys ready?
Thank you very much for the introduction. Thank you to Lee for hosting this very interesting event. I'm really very, very pleased to be with you today. I think that given the nature of the comments which I'm about to make, it is especially appropriate and fitting that I'm actually speaking to a global audience located in many different parts of the world, because I think that some of the issues that I will raise are of interest, across all time zones, across all nations, across all members of the human family. I don't think I will say anything that will surprise you if I will say that we're going through a very critical time in human history, where all kinds of questions are being raised about the future of humanity. There is a great deal of concern about the risks that we face as a human family. If I were to ask you to make a list of some of these global challenges that we face, that cast a shadow over the future of all of us, we would all make a very long list. I'll share 3 or so that worry me. And then after I do that, I will share with you some ideas as to what could be one possible way in which we could perhaps more meaningfully confront these risks. One issue of concern is what is happening on the climate change side. As you well know, in 2015, we had an agreement, the Paris Agreement on climate change, which was an important threshold because it was an admission on the part of more than 190 countries that we had a serious problem to confront that threatened our future. But of course, as you know, emissions have continued to rise. We are making increasingly intense use of energy. And I think that there is both agreement that the Paris Agreement, is not working. It is not delivering the results that we needed, which is perhaps the reason why it led to James Hansen, one of the leading scientists of climate change over the last several decades, to issue a report in February of this year, in which he said that the 2-degree centigrade target implicit in the Paris Agreement is gone. It is not going to happen. He thought that by 2045, if not sooner, we would breach that target, and that this would bring about, untold consequences for all of us. Sea level rise, extreme weather events, all of this with implications for our ecosystem. So here we have a huge problem which needs addressing, and we don't seem to have found the mechanisms to address this problem in a way that allows us to find solutions. I'm very concerned about the very fragile security situation in the world, the rise of militarism and deep-seated nationalisms, which have caused so much damage to us in the last 100 years. We all hope that this is not going to lead to a future conflict in which nuclear weapons are going to be used, because that would be, needless to say, devastating for our future. But the fact is that, contrary to the understandings that were reached in the Non-Proliferation Treaty, nations, especially the nuclear powers, are modernizing their arsenals. They're investing close to $100 billion per year, adding to those arsenals. And this, raises fundamental questions about what the path that we're following of increasing defense spending and, conflicts in more than 50 places around the world. And then finally, not to make this list too long, I am an economist and I remain concerned about vulnerabilities in the global financial system. As you know, public indebtedness has become a huge issue, not just in the developing countries, but also in some of the large industrial countries. Debt levels in many of the large high-income countries in the world, including the United States, are at wartime levels last seen at the end of World War II. And of course, we don't have a war just yet. And this is concerning because it limits our options. It reduces the fiscal space that we have to deal with the transition to a green economy, to deal with poverty, to deal with inequality, and so on. All right. The last time that we made a serious attempt at modernizing or restructuring our global governance architecture was in 1945 with the adoption of the United Nations Charter. And I'd like to take you just for 1 minute to the June 26th, the closing day of the San Francisco conference where the UN Charter was adopted. At that conference, President Truman said something which I think encapsulates a very important principle. He was referring to the Charter. I have a copy of it here in my hand. He was saying that this document would be a living document, that it would not be fixed in time, that it would be adapted to changing world circumstances. In fact, he said that like the US Constitution, which by 1945 had been amended more than 20 times, the UN Charter would also be amended and be relevant at every stage of our history as conditions in the world change. This is a very important principle, and as institutions adapt, they die, they become increasingly irrelevant. But of course, as you know, the United Nations Charter has not been amended during the 80-year history of the UN. I'd like to share with you the words of today, somebody would be called a civil society organization leader. His name was Shoghi Effendi. He was the head of the Baha'i community, which is a very friendly, very open religious community. In 1931, he was surveying the very difficult time through which we were going in the context of the global depression. And he said the following. He said, "The fundamental cause of world unrest is our failure to adjust our system of economic and political institutions to the imperative needs of a rapidly evolving age." Again, the same principle to which Truman referred to at the closing of the San Francisco conference. Institutions need to adapt and to remain relevant. All right, so that brings me to my next point, which is the following. The Global Governance Forum 3 years ago convened a group of experts, leading experts, former UN officials, former ministers and policymakers, essentially with the idea of beginning a process where we would ask ourselves, if we needed to bring the UN Charter into the 21st century to turn the UN system into a problem-solving organization, to empower the United Nations to allow us to confront the challenges of today, as I have described a few minutes ago, what would that look like? So in 2023, during General Assembly Week in New York, we released a report which made the case for amending the UN Charter, which laid out the intellectual arguments for why we needed to bring this document in keeping with the promise of President Truman into the 21st century. We released that document, and it was immediately endorsed by 20 Nobel laureates, and a declaration that we released at the same time was very rapidly signed on by hundreds of prominent people, including former heads of state, prime ministers, heads of civil society organizations, and so on. Having done that, then in September of 2024, last year, just 2 days before the Summit of the Future, we rose to the challenge and released a copy of a second United Nations Charter. I have a copy here, which I will show you the cover of, although this document is also on the website of the Global Governance Forum. On the homepage, it's a PDF file which you can download. And in this document, we basically made an effort, an honest, courageous, ambitious, and ultimately humble effort to come up with a vision of what that UN Charter could look like. What I'd like to do in the next few minutes is just to give you a sense of the flavor of what we have done. Because I think, since I'm speaking to a global audience, I'd like to whet your appetite. I'd like to encourage you to go to the website of the Global Governance Forum and download the document and read it yourself. There are three kinds of changes that we propose in our amended version of the UN Charter. First, the easy part, we were dealing with legacy updates. There are parts of the original UN Charter which are completely defunct. They no longer are relevant. In this document, there are a few chapters that deal with the Trusteeship Council, which was a system that was put in place when the UN was created to deal with the process of decolonization. But the last such territory became a member of the United Nations in 1994. It is Palau. And with that, the work of that council came to an end. And so it is possible to take the charter, to take all those chapters out because they no longer have any operational meaning. Then, of course, the charter has references to enemy states, countries like Germany and Japan, which in the post-war period, once they became members, have been very strong supporters of the UN. They have borne a lot of the burden of the budget and financial contributions. And to us, it is a total travesty that these countries should continue to be referred in this document as enemy states. That is something that can be taken out. It's non-controversial. Nobody would oppose it. It is a reflection of today's reality. Then what we did is we introduced other kinds of changes which we could characterize as normative advances. Let me tell you what I mean by normative advances. The whole question of human rights, for instance. Human rights are explicitly mentioned in the 1945 Charter. They are recognized, and that was an important achievement, and it was followed in 1948 by the adoption of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which itself was a very important development, which then led to a number of conventions and so on, which made a remarkable improvement in the legal framework for human rights all over the world. And that has to be celebrated as an important achievement of the UN. However, in the 21st century, we live in a world in which many nation states, even states which have adopted the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, do not abide by its principles and are indeed violators of human rights and commit all kinds of other abuses. Iran is a very good example of that. It is a country that discriminates against religious minorities. It discriminates against half of its population, namely its women. The person who introduced me today mentioned that I had spent some time as the director of one of the research groups at the World Bank. And I can tell you, at the World Bank, we built up a database which identifies something like 27 different forms of discrimination against women in Iran, embedded in the laws of those countries. And so in the second charter, what we're trying to do is, first of all, we create a human rights council and dedicate to it an entire new chapter in the revised charter, because we want to create a situation in which states are no longer able to just play lip service to the notion of human rights, while at the same time committing all kinds of violations, which are a violation of those principles. This kind of gap between the lofty principles and words on the one hand, and the realities lived by people on the ground, religious minorities, ethnic groups, women, all kinds of other peoples that are discriminated against. We want to narrow that gap, and ultimately we want to eliminate it. So there is a match between the lofty ideals and the principles on the one hand, and the realities on the other. We create an Earth System Council, a new council within the UN system to deal with the issue of climate change. The 1945 Charter is pre-nuclear age, it is pre-climate, it is pre-digital. It is a document which was an important step in the right direction back in 1945, but it is simply not adequate to deal with the challenges of today. And then, of course, beyond that, there are what I call the structural innovation or the structural changes which we're proposing in the new charter to deal with a host of other issues that the UN is playing with. Here, I can give you a few examples. Whenever you talk about reforming the UN these days, very often the first item that comes to people's mind is the question of the Security Council. It is broadly understood, universally accepted, that the Security Council is a completely dysfunctional body because of the veto power. The veto power has paralyzed the Council. It has undermined its moral authority, and it has really contributed in a big way to undermine the credibility of the organization. Beyond the veto, the Security Council also has a problem of representation. We have countries like Japan, like India, like Brazil, like Germany, who get to serve on the Security Council every few years, whereas countries like the United Kingdom, France, and the other permanent members have been sitting on it since 1945 without interruption. This may have made sense back in the 1940s and the 1950s, but today, think of it, India is rapidly emerging as the third largest economy in the world, at least on a PPP basis, for those of you familiar with the jargon. It is the most populous nation on earth. It has overtaken China in terms of the numbers of people back in 1923 or 24, as I remember. And yet, India is not, does not have a regular presence and participation in the debates around security issues. So we have come up with proposals in the charter that address the issue of representation and address the issue of the veto. Because of the timing constraints, I don't have time to go into the details, and I would like to mention a couple of other of the reforms that we're proposing by way of wrapping up my commentary. The United Nations, as it was conceived in 1945, is an organization of states. Although, ironically, the very first words on page 1, literally, of the United Nations are "we the peoples." And so there is always been a kind of a tension. People have referred to this as a lack of democratic legitimacy on the part of the United Nations. Albert Einstein, back in 1946, wrote a letter to the General Assembly saying, instead of having diplomats representing their governments on the General Assembly, these people should be elected directly by the people in their own respective countries. And he argued that in this way, the UN would be closer to the peoples and representing their interests rather than just the interests of the political parties back at home. So in our second charter, we are turning the United Nations into an organization of states and peoples through the creation of a parliamentary assembly as a kind of a second chamber in what would then be an enhanced organization. We think that the experience of the European Union in this respect is very, very useful. Back in 1958, the European Parliamentary Assembly was established among the 6 member states of founding member states of the European Union. As you know, it's a very interesting story. By 1979, the European Parliamentary Assembly turned into a European Parliament, which was directly elected in the member nations of the European Union, and has acquired legislative capacities in those areas in which it makes sense to legislate at the European level. We are inspired by that experience, and we have therefore come up with proposals which create a United Nations where a parliamentary assembly representing the people, which can either be members of the national parliaments or directly elected up to the countries, would bring a real democratic legitimacy to the UN system. I'm looking at my watch, and I have a couple of more minutes left, and I'd like to give you one more example, and then to have a kind of a closing word. In the proposals that we put forward, we come up with new ways of electing the Secretary General. At the moment, as you know, this is a process which, again, is increasingly lacks credibility, because the permanent members of the Security Council have veto power on the election of the Secretary General. It has led to a process where, in fact, we tend to go for the lowest common denominator, the person who is acceptable to all members of the Security Council. Then they send one name to the General Assembly, because the original charter says that it is the General Assembly that elects the Secretary General, and the General Assembly has to rubber stamp this one choice sent by the permanent members. We are considerably amending that proposal, those mechanisms. In our new system, we think that the Security Council should send a number of names to the General Assembly. The General Assembly should vote on these names. It should zero in on the 5 top candidates. They should be sent to the Parliamentary Assembly, and the Parliamentary Assembly gets the final say and gives the Secretary General a non-renewable 7-year term, because we think that it is very important for the Secretary General to have independence, not to be thinking about what he needs to do in order to get renewed for a second term in office. No. He will not be renewed. He will get to serve a period of 7 years, and therefore he will be empowered to speak truth to power and to have the kind of independence that is absolutely necessary in today's world. Let me conclude by saying that we have offered this second charter in a spirit of humility. What do I mean by that? I mean to say that we think that coming up with a 21st century United Nations Charter will involve broad consultation among member states, among civil societies. So this charter is a contribution to that future consultation. We think that the time has come for member states of the United Nations to call for an Article 109 conference. The original charter actually has an article in it which opens the way for possible review of the charter. It was introduced to placate the member countries who were opposed to the veto. So the General Assembly and the members of the Security Council can call for a review conference. It is not a proposal that can be vetoed, and we can begin that conversation as to what kind of charter we need in the 21st century, so that the United Nations become a catalyst to help us address the multiple problems that we face in the world today. If we don't do something like this, if we continue to live in a world in which we recognize problems, but otherwise are complacent about solutions to these problems, like what we're doing to climate change, like what we're doing with disarmament and weapons and so on, then we potentially face a very dark future. And we want to prevent a situation where the next time that we review our global governance architecture is after some kind of calamity, after some kind of global conflict, a world war, God forbid, an acceleration of climate change. We don't want to find ourselves in that situation, because by then it is too late and the cost will be too high. There will be too much human suffering, too much dislocation, and we must avoid that scenario at all costs. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Philippe, again, for the kind invitation. It has been a pleasure to speak to you today, and I wish you well in the remaining part of your proceedings.
Thank you so much, Professor Dr. Augusto. This is such a great talk. I've personally enjoyed it a lot, and I'm sure so did our audience. So now I just have a question from the audience. So I move the beauty of having a global event is that you can connect people from around the world in a heartbeat. And that's exactly what we're doing. So our next question is coming from one of our local partners in Islamabad, Pakistan, from Dr. Farhat Asif. So please unmute yourself, Dr. Farhat, and please share your question with Professor Dr. Augusto. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sarath. Can you hear me very well?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, Dr. Augusto, again, it's a huge honor and pleasure that I am again listening to your insightful discussion. And first of all, Dr. Philip, it's an amazing honor to collaborate with you in this summit. Again, a phenomenal event that you are organizing and learning. My students who are listening to me, they're sending me huge messages that why this is important. Dr. Augusto, coming from Pakistan and coming from South Asia, as you must have witnessed, that past 1.5 weeks primarily has been very challenging for the region, where Pakistan and India were almost at the brink of the nuclear war. And today, as we are into this summit, today is also the International Day of Living Together in a Peace. So my question to you will be that what exactly in the midst of crisis, in the midst of geopolitical tensions, especially coming from South Asia, where challenges are huge, and there are also humanitarian crises. Your outstanding charter that you are presenting to the globe is important, but at the same time, what are your vision that how people would be developing their trust and building the trust on institutions like, for example, United Nations or reformed United Nations that you are envisioning, and how how this trust can be restored on these institutions? Because what I've been witnessing for the past 2 weeks has been that these both countries became in front of each other because they do not trust the system, and they were unable to put this into some kind of third party or putting into the United Nations, and took action themselves. So question from Dr. Augusto is that how this trust can be developed, reforming the United Nations Charter as you have mentioned, or there are some other ways that we can do. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you very much for your question. I think it is an important question. It's highly relevant in terms of what has happened over the last few weeks on the Pakistani-India border. You know that the original 1945 UN Charter introduced two very, very innovative concepts. They are embedded in Article 46, which is the notion of collective security. The idea that the United Nations would create essentially a United Nations peace force that, with the authority of the United Nations, would work towards the establishment of peace and security and to prevent conflict. Right? That article, which was a great innovation of the time, in fact, the United States, which, as you know, adopted the UN Charter, In 1946, when they were thinking what kind of contribution they would make to that peace force, they were thinking something along the lines of 300,000 soldiers, 2,500 aircraft, 2,000 ships for its navy. In other words, a significant contribution, because they wanted that peace force to actually have leverage, to have the ability to guarantee peace and security across the planet. That proposal, it is embedded in the UN Charter, creates a legal framework for the establishment of a peace force, but it is dead letter. It was never implemented because within a few years of the creation of the United Nations, we enter into the Cold War, and we enter essentially into an arms race, right? The other article is Article 26, which explicitly calls for disarmament. It says that the members of the United Nations will establish a committee that is going to put forward proposals for the control armaments before the member states of the United Nations. Another article that is dead letter, and yet it is in the Charter. It provides a legal basis for it. So what I would like to say to you, and your very good question, is that we need to internalize the idea that war is no longer acceptable as a way of resolving conflict between states, whatever those conflicts may be, territorial, over borders, over other issues. The benefits of war have been drastically eroded over the last 100 years because of interdependence, because of the close linkages that we have to trade, to finance, and so on. Countries that get into wars, only pay heavy costs and don't derive any strategic benefits. I ask you, 3 years after the invasion of Ukraine by Russia, what has Russia actually achieved in terms of the strategic gains in its invasion, which violates every principle, every important principle of the UN Charter? Absolutely nothing. The gains are zero. And so, in our new second United Nations Charter, what we're doing is we're revitalizing the concept of disarmament and collective security as embedded in those two articles. We are creating the legal basis, which in the future, whenever there is a conflict between two neighboring countries like India, Pakistan, it would create a mechanism to resolve that conflict through peaceful means. It is the only way. War is no longer acceptable, especially in a country in which we have nuclear weapons, right? War brings a dimension that did not exist before 1945, which is the possibility of the complete wipeout of not only the countries involved, but also possibly large portions of humanity. We must avoid that pathway at all costs. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Dr. Lopez Claros, Professor Dr. Augusto Lopez Claros. Thank you for answering the question so beautifully. It reminds me with Einstein's quote that he said, where he said, there is a need for us as humans to raise our collective awareness. And exactly that is what I heard in you answering the question, that we no longer accept war as a standard of talking and having conversations. Thank you so much for being with us today. And with that, I am delighted to introduce our next speaker. So our next speaker, please welcome with me to the stage, Dr. Joselle Patapa-Sieg from Manila, Philippines. So Undersecretary Dr. Joselle is a leading advocate for digital inclusion, regional innovation, and inclusive governance in the Philippines. In her role supervising the ICT Industry Development Bureau of the DICT, she has helped guide the implementation of innovative programs which support the transformation of provisional areas into thriving technology hubs, fostering talent development, driving local investments, and empowering communities through ICT. A lawyer by training and a passionate ecosystem builder, She's the recipient of the Outstanding Women in the Nation's Service Award for ICT, recognizing her exceptional leadership in digital transformation. At the 24th Silk Road 4.0 Global Future Summit in Manila, she will share her experiences on creating sustainable innovation ecosystems, highlighting how empathy, collaboration, inclusivity, and resilience, key feminine leadership traits, are essential to build future-ready, people-centered societies in an increasingly complex and interconnected world. Thank you so much, and we're looking forward to hearing your beautiful talk.
Thank you, Sarah. I hope I'm audible. Allow me to just share my presentation. I hope it's also visible. All right, so first of all, I would like to thank Dr. Philip and the Silk Road 4.0 community for this opportunity. From the Philippines, it's good evening. Good day to everyone, to all the visionary leaders, innovators, and advocates from around the world. Good evening to my colleagues in PSIM Manila. I'm very honored to be part of this summit. And I'd like us to join me in reflecting on a critical truth, which is that true transformation and effective governance are not just about technology, they are about people. And as Dr. Sarah said, I'm here to share my own experience. I'm in awe listening to Dr. Carlos. It's the view is so macro, and here I am speaking from a very micro lens. As a woman leader in public service, I have seen firsthand that empathy, resilience, and inclusivity are not soft skills. They are actually leadership imperatives. Today, I think the most important, one of the most important things is really to ensure that this digital age and this age of innovation and AI must have the kind of leaders that will push us further and successfully into the future. And so today I'd like to talk about 3 essential dimensions of building a future-ready governance. First is digital inclusion, because no transformation is complete if communities are left behind. Empathy in policy and design, because technology must serve human dignity and not replace it. And I'm so proud to say also about feminine leadership, because the future demands leadership that listens, connects, and heals. In the Philippines, we have embraced this principle through several programs that I will be sharing with everyone today. RISE PH, Generation Connect Philippines, and the Digital Innovation for Women Advancement. For me personally, because I have a direct hand in designing these programs over the last 3 years, these are not mere programs or projects. They are actually directions to ensure that digital transformation is human-centric, inclusive, and rooted in empathy. First, let me share the RISE PH initiative. The Regional ICT Summits and Exhibition is a bold and inclusive movement to advance digital innovation and foster strategic ecosystem development across the Philippines. As you all know, the Philippines is composed of over 7,600 islands with more than 110 million citizens across 18 regions. The Philippines faces both extraordinary opportunities and complex challenges because of our demographic structure. At the heart of this RISE PH program is really a powerful call for collaboration, where the academe, government, and industry come together as equal partners to shape a shared vision for digital progress. Over the last 2 decades, I've been known for this acronym, which is MAGIC, Making Academe, Government, Industry Collaborate for Jobs and Investments. Because this tripartite formula is very important, especially with our diverse geography and cultural structure. But we feel that these are assets that we will need to harness to close digital divides and bring meaningful innovation to every corner of the nation. What you see on screen is our ambitious attempt to connect all the regions around the country, which we have done in 12 months last year in 2024. This particular event across 17 regions reached more than 3,500 participants, proof of the country's growing need for digital empowerment and regional innovation. On an average, each summit gathered over 200 stakeholders from academia, government, and industry, and the 4 major clusters include Northern Luzon, Southern Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. We believe that this reflects the spirit of inclusion that drives the country forward. Looking at the cluster, Mindanao made up the largest portion of attendees, signaling a strong demand from the southern region to be more actively involved in the national digital agenda. These numbers represent real people, real communities, real momentum towards building a digitally inclusive Philippines. Now, as we look deeper into the mission of building strong regional ICT ecosystems, we are confronted with barriers that actually serve to hold us back. The reality is that many regions across the country grow at an uneven rates. I think our colleagues coming from island countries will also share the same experience. Fragmented development creates gaps in opportunities, leaving some areas far behind in the digital race. We also continue to see limited cross-sector collaboration where government, industry, and the academia still operate in silos instead of building bridges. Without structured platforms for knowledge sharing and joint action, potential or innovation potential remains untapped. Our digital infrastructure is also another story. While some enjoy fast connectivity and access to tools, others struggle with the basics. We still need to close the digital divide. And so one of the most urgent conversations in regional development today, based on the data we have gathered last year, is all around the readiness of our workforce for digital jobs and the health of our business environment. There is a significant skills gap between what our educational institutions are producing and what industries actually need, especially in the rural areas. Moreover, access to advanced training resources remains limited, especially for the countryside, where opportunities for digital upskilling are also very scarce. On the business front, infrastructure gaps continue to pose a major obstacle for innovation and investment. And of course, there is limited access to funding. And so these are not just percentages, these are actually realities being lived by thousands of aspiring entrepreneurs, students, professionals, and local leaders, especially outside of Metro Manila. And so what we're trying to do is really to spotlight the initiatives of countryside innovators. Only then can we unlock the potential of our regions and create a thriving innovation economy. And so what we're looking at is really the importance of talent development. This is the shift, which is not merely just traditional training sessions, but also actually building innovation ecosystems that nurture continuous learning, regional collaboration, and sustainable innovation. Business environment is also very important. Sustaining the momentum means we need to build on the progress we have made actually over the last 12 months and more. And so we have identified 5 key challenges in order to create regional ICT ecosystems. First is the education industry skills gap. Second is training resources limitation, infrastructure limitations, high turnover rates, and of course, funding constraints. And so moving forward, in order to sustain the momentum, we have found out that we need to take the path that will sustain and scale regional digital transformation across the Philippines. At the heart of this transformation is the call for collaborative innovation, where regions share knowledge, exchange best practices, and uplift less developed countries. Second is we need to nurture ecosystems, not just cities, not just provinces, but a ecosystem composing of cities, regions, and provinces through our regional ICT councils, developing regional digital roadmaps that are focused on talent development, as well as supporting lifelong learning, digital literacy, and industry-aligned skills program. Of course, finally, no ecosystem can flourish without infrastructure and connectivity. We must advocate for stronger networks, co-create regional solutions to make sure that resources are shared and not siloed. The way forward from this RISE event is about deepening our commitment to collaboration for the regional innovation ecosystem. As innovators, our message is that we must support regional partnerships, not just as isolated projects, but as building blocks of national innovation ecosystem. That's why we are very happy to be part of this summit, of this discussion, because on a larger scale, on a macro scale, we're trying to build an innovation ecosystem that's not only on a country level, but on a global level. Secondly, I'd like to share our next digital inclusion program. This Generation Connect Dialogues 4.0 is actually a bold invitation to the youth of the Philippines, 24 years old and below, to take their rightful place at the center of the country's digital future. With the Department of Information and Communications Technology, where I am now currently Undersecretary, and the International Telecommunications Union, which is the United Nations arm for digital and ICTs. And by the way, this year we are celebrating our 160th year as ITU. Behind this initiative, we are trying to bridge generational divides and ensuring that digital transformation is not actually led by the older generation, where I belong, but by the younger generation, which rightfully own the future that we are looking forward to. Generation Connect Philippines is all about digital empowerment. It champions and represents digital empowerment and represents the rise of a generation that is not waiting to be asked. They are jumping in, leading dialogue, shaping policies, and creating digital solutions for real-world problems. As you can see on screen, these are some of our objectives. First, of course, to recognize young people, not just as beneficiaries of technology, but as critical stakeholders in shaping digital transformation. As mentioned, we are aligning with the ITU's youth strategy, emphasizing the pillars of empowerment, engagement, and participation. And of course, raising youth awareness on the power of ICT to reshape futures. What we're trying to do with Generation Connect is that we're building a movement that brings the nation's youth to the center of our digital transformation story as a country. By anchoring the discussions in Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao across the whole country in different islands, we ensure that every region, every youth of every region has a seat in the table. This initiative aims to bridge the youth digital divide by creating a platform where young thinkers can connect with seasoned digital leaders. It is a convergence where the passion of youth meets the wisdom of convergence, where that will carve a sustainable and inclusive digital future. And so let me just quickly share with you one of our major program, which is creating a white paper around our Generation Connect Philippines advocacy. We ask young people directly what challenges weigh most heavily in their digital lives. And the results are flash on screen. Cyberbullying emerged as the top concern. Emotional and psychological toll on online harassment. Online privacy ranked high as youth express growing fears over how their data is handled, tracked, and potentially misused. Access to technology remains a critical issue, especially for impoverished areas in the Philippines. Young Filipinos still face barriers that limit their ability to learn, work, and participate in a digital society. This research, this survey is very important to us in crafting innovation as policymaker in the national level. As we deepen our understanding of what the young people face in the digital world, we also uncover even more nuanced challenges that are just as urgent as the key issues. These emerging concerns from peer dynamics and the impact of social pressures to the overwhelming spread of misinformation point to a digital environment that can confuse, isolate, or even endanger our youth when left unaddressed. We also have lack of digital literacy and etiquette, which underscores the need for structured, values-based digital education. It is not enough to hand someone a device. They must also be taught how to use it responsibly, ethically, and critically. Economic factors also remain another layer of exclusion. Financial limitations continue to block access to devices and services. And of course, there's also scams, the real growing threats that prey on low awareness. These insights tell us one thing. Digital inclusion is not just about access. Digital inclusion is not just about technology. It's about protection, education, and empowerment. The more we understand this emerging risk, the better we can design interventions for our young generation. From the voices of young Filipinos, we have gathered suggestions as to how we can craft a safer and more inclusive and empowering digital environment, especially in terms of policies and programs. Education and awareness campaigns coupled with strong digital literacy programs top the list. These are the asks of our young people. These are about values, privacy, safety, responsibility. Our young people are also calling for mental health resources, acknowledging the toll that constant digital exposure and cyberbullying can take. They are asking for equitable access to technology, especially in underserved areas, and for infrastructure that meets the needs of today's demands. And of course, importantly, they want their parents to be involved in this discussion. Their communities equipped and their creativity nurtured through tech hubs and innovation spaces. They envision digital spaces that do not just connect, but protect and develop and inspire. Finally, I'd like to share our last program about digital inclusion. In every national effort towards digital transformation, we must ensure that no one is left behind. And that includes making space, opportunity, and recognition for women in innovation. That's why we have started 2 years ago the Digital Innovation for Women Advancement. And I'm happy to share that this program has also cascaded to APEC communities and to ASEAN communities. It is a powerful initiative that elevates the role of women in shaping our digital future. And so when we speak of digital inclusion, we must also speak of gender equity. Through DIWA, we have a clear and urgent affirmation that women must not only benefit from ICTs, we also have to shape the way these technologies are built, governed, and deployed. So DIWA is more of a collaborative effort driven by women for women, designed to empower them to become active agents in digital transformation. The vision of DIWA is very bold. We want to cover compliance with all international documentations, from ITU's Resolution 70 for gender inclusivity to the Sustainable Development Goal number 5, which integrates gender equality across all global targets. DIWA positions itself as a local movement rooted in international momentum. As you can see, there are other international documents that we wish to also give life to. Because we need to understand the hard truth that confronts us today. While the world rushes towards a digital future, there is still a massive shortage of digitally skilled challenge, and women are being left behind. The number of women enrolling in ICT courses continues to lag behind. For example, in ASEAN, only 16% of ICT-related courses are taken by women, and women represents just a third of STEM graduates. In ASEAN, only 57% of women participate in the labor force, unlike men, which actually participate by 82%. This actually reflects lost potential, untapped innovation, and systemic inequality. What is sadder is that in the digital field, specifically, the disparity is even starker. Women only make up less than 37% of the ICT workforce. This underrepresentation means fewer women in influencing how technology is designed, deployed, and governed. It means solutions to real-world problems risk being built without the insights of half of the population of this planet. By highlighting the gap, we illuminate the opportunity to shift from underrepresentation to full participation, from inclusion as an afterthought to inclusion as a driving force. Our goal is that the digital economy of tomorrow must be one where women are not just workers, but leaders, innovators, and architects for progress. To drive this truly inclusive and equitable digital future, we have 3 strategies under DIWA. First, we must ensure that every woman and girl have meaningful access to the internet, not just for communication, but as a platform for decision-making, innovation, economic growth, and entrepreneurship. Second, we must nurture their curiosity and capacity to actively involve them in digital technologies. And of course, finally, we need to also encourage the use of ICTs for promoting gender equality. Though career advancement marked the lowest percentage, it still highlights how digital capacity can lay the groundwork for future professional growth. So just a few more slides. As we look at the program impact of DIWA, we see here that we have made a really good message in terms of promoting digital literacy, promoting gender issue awareness, and of course, community building and attitudinal change. And I mentioned earlier, career advancement. The next slide would be about the educational value of the Digital Innovation for Women Advancement Program. 67% of our participants found the program truly informative. That is a strong affirmation that we are hitting the mark in delivering value. Many highlighted knowledge acquisition and empowerment as key takeaways. If we want to build a truly impactful digital ecosystem, then we believe we must go beyond information and create spaces for meaningful dialogue. And then finally, in terms of value, we celebrate the soul of DIWA, which is actually connection. This slide gives us a deep dive into how the DIWA program is not only about cultivating, but creating a thriving network of women in ICT. We actually call our mentors, who are women, experts in robotics, in data science, in blockchain and IoT, as DIWA rock stars. So we create a list of women rock stars in the ICT sector in the Philippines and match them with young girls and mentees for these young girls and mentees to learn from. The diversity in partnership led by academia, followed closely by industry and government, demonstrates a powerful ecosystem working as in coordination, whether through updates, discussions, or simply sharing knowledge. What we see here is a growing web of empowered women, intergenerational, breaking silos and building bridges. And so in terms of educational needs moving forward, at the top of the list is really a powerful call among young girls for digital skills, basic digital skills as a priority. That means we are not just talking about coding or artificial intelligence. We are talking about making sure that every woman and girl knows how to confidently use technology as a tool for empowerment. But we also see a strong interest in advanced knowledge like cybersecurity, blockchain, emerging tech, and of course, these are information that are requested and training modules that are climbing the list. When we equip women with both foundational and future-ready skills, we do not just close the digital divide. We unlock new leadership across the digital economy. And so these are just some of our policy recommendations. I will not dwell so much on this, but first, just a suggestion moving forward as a global community. We need to work together to ensure that the countryside in our respective countries are not left behind. We need to champion progressive ICT pathways, and we need to promote cross-sectoral digital cooperation alliance. That is why I'm so happy that everyone here has a very diverse lens. As mentioned earlier, there are government workers here, there are people from the academe, and also from the private sector. And so as I close my sharing today, I'd like to speak now to everyone as a woman leader, grounded in empathy, strengthened by resilience, and driven by this unwavering commitment to inclusivity. Through these initiatives, RISE, Generation Connect, and DIWA, I believe that we are not merely pushing for digital transformation. We are actually humanizing digital transformation, because true transformation and truly effective governance are not just about technology, they are about people. They are about unlocking the potential of every woman, every youth, every community in our countries. They are about crafting policies and platforms that echo with compassion, dignity, and fairness. And so I greet all the women leaders in this call. And, I'd like to congratulate all the women leaders. We bring not only strategy and vision, we also bring care, connection, and courage. And that is how we lead. That is how we shape a future-ready governance. Not just smart, not just digital, but deeply human. Maraming salamat po.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Joselle. Very, very, very inspiring. I see in a parallel on juggling all the messages around the world, and I see a lot of positive comments from the various people. And it just happens that also from Silk Road side, we have several wonderful women present, a scientist doing the co-moderation, Dr. Sarah Heige, and also next upcoming speaker, Dr. Hayat Sindi. Is also a female, I think, role model. So I think it's a perfect fit and combination that we see here. And Joselle, I really want to offer you the further collaboration with Silk Road 4.0. So I'm very happy to make whatever is possible within our means to support your initiatives. It was very inspiring. I see that one question is coming from Bucharest, from Romania. So I'm looking at the Slido app. In the room of the Undersecretary Joselle Sigue. So Alex Dascalu from Bucharest, Romania has a question. Empathy is a cornerstone of your leadership philosophy, as we just heard, particularly in underserved regions. How can global governance, making it back to Augusto's talk, integrate empathetic servant leadership to ensure digital policies reflect the voices of the vulnerable and not just the elite? I think this is a very important point. So how can global governance integrate empathetic servant leadership to ensure digital policies reflect the voices of the vulnerable and not just the elite?
Okay, as discussed earlier, the most effective instrument is really to be with these vulnerable communities. Normally, as leaders, especially in the national government, we tend to have the tendency to think that because we are experts, we know how to solve problems. But these problems actually are felt and experienced by these vulnerable communities. We need to use our lens as design thinkers, as systems thinkers, to listen to the youth, to the women, and even to the rural communities, which are not normally reached by national media or even by connectivity. I think the most powerful social technology tool is really conversations. In this day and age, we tend to neglect the power of human conversations. Just like this, the technology of human conversations is really heightened by platforms such as what we're doing now, and so we can always reach out to these communities, understand the baseline data, and try to take a look at what they need. And then secondly, the advantage and the benefit of having a global network such as Silk Road 4.0 is that we are able to learn from each other. there are many things that may be already working in other countries. And so we don't need to even experiment. We just need to take a look at the design. We need to take a look at the results and try to, tweak it and innovate it and contextualize it to our, to our reality. And of course, I'd like to emphasize that when we want to, to empower communities, it has to be sustainable. A lot of governments would usually create interventions that are normally short-lived and are just anchored on dole-outs, giving money. But that is not the way to go. We need to understand that these communities are communities of people that can, on their own, really strengthen their communities and create sustainable programs, and that as leaders in the industry, academia, and government, all we need is to really ensure that they are strong eventually through our intervention.
Thank you very much. So I think this was a perfect end statement. Thank you so much for joining us, Giselle. I think there will be many other follow-up questions. I just want to hand over to Sarah, and then maybe we have a couple of more minutes at the end of our inspirational talks to come back to the questions asked and raised. Thank you so much, Giselle.
Giselle, what an interesting, what an inspiring, congratulations talk. It's so beautiful. Thank you so much for sharing your experience from the Philippines to the world. And now it's time for me to introduce our last speaker. So Dr. Hayat Sindhi is one of the world's leading voices in science, technology, and innovation for development. And she's passionately working to empower young innovators and foster inclusive entrepreneurship globally. Based in Cambridge, she combines her background as a medical scientist with her mission to democratize access to technology and create opportunities for underserved communities. As a UNESCO Goodwill Ambassador for Science and a former senior advisor to the president of the Islamic Development Bank, Dr. Sindhi has been instrumental in advancing science-driven solutions to tackle global challenges. So now please join me in welcoming to the stage Dr. Hayat Sindhi. Please. Okay, I'm gonna ask you to unmute now.
Very much. I'm just going to set up my slides, please. Tell me if sharing is okay.
Amazing, thank you.
Can you see my slide okay?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين. Your Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum, good afternoon, good morning, or good evening. It's my pleasure and honor to address you all here, and also I'm welcoming the wonderful audience I have here in Cambridge. First, I would like to thank the organizer, Dr. Philip, for selecting an important and critical topic, and for gathering diverse across from around the world to focus on the objective of making ethical innovation ecosystem accessible to all. I think I am living this objective all my life. Whilst a lot of my work being in STEM, as a scientist in the developing side, I worked for almost 5 years in multilateral financial entities where we have deployed over $12 billion a year against SDG, and working with other leading global multilateral financial bodies on creating SDG-aligned frameworks for development in Global South. Listening to the fantastic sessions, I would like to just share my personal reflections and my personal experience on my journey as a woman in science, in finance, in business and entrepreneurship, in policy and strategy. I wanted to share with you what I have come to recognize, especially for creating our future, the importance of leading with social innovation to serve all humanity. When I was a child, I used to play with the magnets. I think we all did. And it was fascinating to see the power of the magnet move things without any physical wires. At the same time, you cannot explain it totally because the force works in an invisible way. Frustratingly, you cannot take this apart to find out what is going on. There are no moving parts for you to dismantle. So you must use your imagination to explain what you see and what does it mean. Even asking your teacher for the explanation of the magnet is not satisfying. That's because the understanding of our science is not complete. The size of the unknown is huge, vast, and we only know a small bit of it. I'm surprised by our lack of change approach. Our confidence with our great theories may be too much, making us overestimate what we know and ignore experiments, our observations that don't conform. So new amazing ideas of imaginative scientists who don't come from the right place or who claim to break scientific laws tend to get thrown away and shut down in flames. Some would say this is the scientific process. However, I think we have stopped being open to wonderful, powerful, extraordinary ideas. We ignore new evidence and follow scientific heroes because we are safe and strong on the shoulder of giants. I believe the antidote is to fire up our imagination, paint a new picture of the future, break through science of old and our false limits, and unlock our youth. They have a gift, creativity from innocence. So if we build the right ecosystem, accessible, diverse, ethical, and respectable, they will sparkle with new ideas. We need to keep humanity evolving. The fuel for scientists' imagination is observation. And the value is when we are truly open, letting the deepest meaning of the nature come to the surface. So we can continue to create amazing technology and engineer it to fit people's way of life. I would say social innovation has helped me to see through this complex world and get a clear vision forward. Social innovation is a framework for building powerful innovation ecosystem that strengthens civil society, which then satisfies social needs such as working conditions, education, community, and health. Now let us look at the historical roots of the social innovation. An example of a Western social innovator comes from 18th century, Benjamin Franklin. He was an author, a printer, politician, scientist, inventor, civil activist, statesman, soldier, and diplomat. He created innovative technologies such as bifocal lenses, the lighting rod, and the Franklin stove. And he set up the first public lending library, US University, and fire department. Hence, solving community problems was very important to him. Later, social innovation was written about in the 19th and 20th centuries by Peter Drucker and Michael Young. He was behind the Open University. University education broadcast to television set in 1960s and 1970s. It was an inspiring idea transforming lives. So why is social innovation in the news now? Well, we heard from the previous speakers how society is being hit by the toughest times. The world's population has grown from 250 million in the 8th century over 8 billion today, 32 times. The world now, I'm sorry to say, faces famine, war, killing viruses, and depression. Very tough lives for people in the East and the West. Thus, the way we live and do businesses is being questioned. Can we use social innovation to improve the human condition? Can we shape our future? Can we co-create? If we harness social innovation, it gives us a vision on the social and the technology factors to consider. One factor behind these breakthroughs is socially aligned science. Some fear science is out of reach, but this is not true. Nowadays, science is different. Not the space shuttles of years gone by, but the new biotechnology, nanotechnology that is shaping our world. Science is becoming more human, as we heard. Nanotechnology, for example, controls very small things that you cannot see to make a big difference in society. In the poor areas of the developing world, many people are deprived from the benefit of science and technology, which could change their lives. Being smart and having resources is not enough for true breakthrough innovation to change people's lives. We need to aim science at the social issues to make the impact. Then we can customize science to people's needs according to their infrastructure and way of life. We want science targeted at social issues, so from the start, science links to society. Here I would like to ask a question, and Jocelyn made it very easy for me for the previous talk. What is the role of women within science and society? What world did they live, they face back then and now? Back then, women were most certainly inspiring scientists who had asked clever questions about the world to feed their curiosity. Many female anthropologists, physicists, and chemists are documented in Eastern and Western literature that are not widely known. They all celebrated education. They gave knowledge to lift people away from hardship. For example, in the 8th century, 10 centuries before Benjamin Franklin, a woman opened the first university in the world to help liberate people with the power of knowledge. Her name is Fatima al-Fihri, al-Banin, Arabic lady who migrated to Fas, Morocco from Qayrawan, Tunisia. She built the University of Al-Qayrawin with money inherited from her father, a wealthy businessman. They taught our ancestors grammar, medicine, mathematics, astronomy, chemistry, history, geography, and music, and later social and natural sciences, physics, and foreign languages. And soon after, her sister, Maryam al-Banin, founded another university, the second in history, Jami'a al-Andalus. They are powerful examples of social innovation in themselves, and the scientists born there allowed us to innovate even more. Here, social innovation was truly catalyzed by these women, so women, you should be proud. Now and over the last century, women scientists have faced many challenges. Not until the early 1940s, for example, most top scientists, women, could only reach assistant professor. Irrespective of their talent, there were obstacles in the system. Because the male dominated the faculty, it was a gentleman profession. They had never had them, never wanted them, never known what to do with them, never shared scientific data with them. By 1980, the women's movement began, and they received more recognition. But women still had to work very hard to improve themselves, to get grants, equipment, and to get promotion and tenure. But what stands out about women in all of this is they are missing from the leadership role. They rarely decide about the aim of science and the aim of the direction of science. What happened to her nerve, her confidence, her leadership skills, her ability to believe in the evidence of her intelligence? Let's look at their grades in the high school since 1990s. On the left-hand side, our clearest test of ability. The grades from 1990 in science and maths increased for both boys and girls, but the girls leading the boys. This is supported by US Education Department, over 1.64 million students. On the right-hand side, we also see more women than men are leaving with college degree, all type of degrees in science and maths. And here is more detail of Urban University. Whichever class you look, whichever year, women perform better. It's extremely consistent. But have a look at the relative number of women scientists as a Nobel Prize winner compared with men. I'm sad to say women are in minority, only 26 of them over the last century relative to 646 men, only 4%. What has concerned me the most is that the scientific decision makers, the opinion leaders of the world, have less women. How does the lack of women scientists impact society? I believe, I just mentioned, women's talent, their passion, curiosity, emotion, empathy, their caring is being lost from our society. Not only, now is only few women are leading the way in scientific businesses, research institutions, and universities, limiting the growth of social innovation. Let's bring more women to lead science to drive the fruit of social innovation. And here is an example of the benefit. When the airbags were introduced, they were designed by largely male team of decision makers. So they only made the airbags for the driver. And that's, though they save more lives, but it still end up for death for more women and children. Not until we had women in the team designing the airbags, the design of the side airbags were made, protecting women and children as well as men to save more lives. So here, what is my role and how can I help light this path forward? I will now mention a little bit about my journey in life as a scientist. I was born in Mecca in Saudi Arabia. I came from a family of 8 children with a traditional upbringing and enormous love of knowledge. I believed in power of science and technology since I was a little girl. I admire characters who did amazing things for humanity, either in the area of medicine, literature, or physics, like Al-Khwarizmi, Ibn Sina, Einstein, Marie Curie, Ibn al-Haytham. I dreamed to be like them to make a difference to this world. I believe science and technology could direct it to solve many of the world challenges like poverty and sustainability. I wanted to be a scientist to benefit mankind, so I asked my family to send me abroad to fulfill my dream. After 2 years, they've been convinced. I arrived in England alone, very young, to different country, different culture, different language, and different educational standards. Many people in England and in Saudi, except my family, especially my father and my mom, told me I'm not going to make it and I will fail. They indicated they know the fate of my life and they want me to believe them. It took persistence, it took courage and ingenuity, but I made my dream real. I graduated for honors in pharmacology from King's College London, and I was lucky to get full scholarship from University of Cambridge to do PhD in biotechnology. I was recognized scientifically and internationally, received many offers and prizes from the most prestigious institutions, labs, and companies from around the world. When I earned my PhD, many people said, I reached my goal. For me, this is the start of my second journey to turn what I had gained to serve mankind. In 2006, I moved to Harvard, and I came to a very special scientific lab because of this lab is making great scientific discoveries. This is George Whiteside Lab. There we made an invention, which is a unique invention, a social innovation. We developed in a lab a unique type of sensor made from paper. It helps the poor people everywhere around the world. It will potentially save millions of lives every year. It replaces a huge machine and put the power of scientific lab at the patient fingertips. And how does it look like? Who cannot access hospital and doctors and cannot access equipment so they can monitor their health and provide a better quality of life. It's simple, it's not expensive, and it doesn't require power supply or no reagent. You can fold it and put it in your pocket, and it can give you a result within minutes. And here how it works. If you drop blood or urine, it will suck up to the chambers where the chemical reaction and give you change of color according what we are testing in the blood or urine. And here we are testing for glucose and protein. With this invention, we were the winner of both competitions, Harvard Social Enterprise Competition and MIT 100K competition in the same year. No one, no team before us and until now won both competition in the same year. And that's why they said witness history. We established a company based on this invention called Diagnostic for All, DFA, and its mission to provide affordable, low-cost diagnostic tool to help everyone. Done that, and then when I left Harvard, I still felt the full potential of social innovation was not being achieved. There didn't seem to be enough education on the topic. Students were still fixed on their careers, getting 10 years, making publications. I had so many discussions with them. I said science was born to solve problems. And we're faced so many challenges. Your talent, your gift could save and help many lives. I remember asking them to think more outside the box, to use their imagination, to be open to the science of our developed world changing too. But I knew that type of change wasn't going to happen overnight, so I had to take a practical step to make the imagination more tangible, and I worked to become a social innovator. In 2009, I became one of the social innovation fellows with PopTech, and in 2010, a PopTech Science Fellow. PopTech is an innovation network, a global community of leaders, thinkers, and doers, and its mission to bring us positive impact through world-changing people, projects, and ideas. I was really glad to be chosen by them. I wanted to lead scientific innovations. With the help of PopTech and its network, I gave birth to I2 Institute, the Institute for Imagination Ingenuity, to create an ecosystem of entrepreneurship and social innovation for scientists in technology and engineering in the Middle East and beyond to fulfill their potential for themselves and for their societies. We worked on an amazing invention and ideas, but great ideas need fuel to flourish, capital. This experience was invaluable when I was Science, Technology, Innovation Senior Advisor to the former President of the Islamic Development Bank. I started with the bank 2 funds. Transform Fund with the Entrepreneurship Academy and Saving Women's Life from Cancer Fund with IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Agency in Vienna. Each fund targeted $500 million US. They aim to ensure that innovation startups have access to steady finance in the developing countries. I helped seed over 100 innovative projects, like, for example, Zur Hussein, built communities cold storage using green energy solar power for farmers to use in the border between Mozambique and Uganda. And guess what? The farmers on the border, they increased their income by 85%. And have a look, a picture, how they used to store their crops and after. And that's no waste and feeding an extra of 300 million people. And his company, we gave him 100,000 and 1 million, and his company were estimated to 20 million. Farjana Jan, innovation created a low-cost, eco-friendly housing model for refugee camps in Bangladesh, so children can be protected against cold, rain, and heat. The unique about her invention is made from jute materials with photometric top to generate electricity and only cost $150. Abdullah Bhat set up a telehealth digital platform in Pakistan connecting thousands of out-of-practice female doctors. He brought diagnoses to women and children, saved millions of lives in deprived areas of Pakistan, Iraq, Yemen, and Afghanistan. So we all seen great example of innovations, but even with the imagination, funding, and infrastructure, it had limited reach. It's crucial to recognize that detailed policy, as we heard from Professor Augustus, is needed to implement science broadly. I had to involve myself directly with policy. I was glad to be chosen by UN to be part of the 10-member groups or expert within ensuring science, technology, innovation delivers results for SDGs and catalyzes science in the right direction. My focus now is science for sustainability in a developing world. And I have been directly involved with policy, driving new strategies, and I have doing that through my affiliations as a Goodwill Ambassador at UNESCO and for science, as a former advisor to Ban Ki-moon and a former advisor to the Prime Minister of Malaysia and a former member of the Shura Council, which was challenging. When I was chosen by the King of Saudi Arabia among the first 30 women to be part of the Shura Council, which is the parliamentary cabinet, most people rejected. They said I shouldn't be there. It's true, it is not a real environment for scientists, but I wanted that because I want to have a voice to empower women scientists and to steer science for the next generation. And for me, it was worth it because it's very difficult and not easy to find a scientist who can translate and articulate the importance of science to the decision maker where the real changes begin. So all these, what I'm sharing with you, real world experiences, the journey of a scientist in a lab, the social innovators, the entrepreneur, the advisor, the investor, policy and strategy maker made me realize there are good people out there and there is the opportunity to make an ethical ecosystem. What do I mean by ethical ecosystem? An ethical ecosystem, innovation ecosystem where creators and investors care first about people. They want people to live to their full potential and for communities to thrive. Food and shelter, healthcare, science, curiosity, and looking after of the natural world. Empower us with positive energy. So despite the challenges of a complex world, the energy to push through is amazing. I made a start on capturing this spark and bringing these ethical values to many stakeholders, including private sector, with a fresh approach from my life experience. I created the Institute for Quality, IQ. IQ is a unique type of global consulting firm, a new kind of generation, targeting the most challenging problems, helping public, private, and nonprofit and philanthropists to meet sustainability, social, and financial goals. It provides innovative and integrated solutions using holistic policies and powerful execution strategies to address the enormous challenges. And IQ's solution are based fundamentally on the team's deep knowledge, bringing real-world know-how in science, technology, and innovation to offer clients new opportunities and fresh perspectives. Very critical to consider, many of the challenges facing society today, including the delivery of the UN 17 SDG goal, require the best disruptive, innovative driven solutions. And STI, science, technology, innovation, is the engine. Unfortunately, the existing technology transfer model are outdated, dry, and mechanical, ignoring details about how people feel and don't capture their energy at all. So countries' real needs are not satisfied, especially in the developing countries. So this lazy model, cut and paste, will never work. IQ focusing on building the technological and financial capacities aligned to people's needs, tapping their energy, fostering the power of science, technology, innovation, global collaboration, and seeding partnership from a local perspective. And this is the sixth area IQ focusing on: STI, healthcare, education, evaluation, Islamic social finance, and blue economy and environment. The global consulting market is determined or dominated by major accounting and advisory groups. However, they need to have a broad reach, often means they struggle to deliver. Often means they struggle, so especially in areas needing specialist input. So due to their distance, there is an invisible knowledge gap preventing execution. So my vision in this changing world, there is a strong business case for new consultancy. IQ, I believe, will be a leader in that new consultancy with significant experience in application of STI locally, is built to deliver real solutions for community. IQ processes are systematic and objective with purpose, bringing accountability, transparency, sustainability, and importantly, is aligned with local people to ensure policy, project design, project management, project performance are all optimized. Finally, through this journey as a scientist, I have asked how to innovate. What exactly should I do to move things forward? And I always ask, who is the true scientist? I believe for the scientist it's not enough to sit in a lab doing research alone. We need to be out there talking to people to feel and understand their needs, to inspire them and put our resulting ideas to work in the real world. But some people will always demotivate you, directly or indirectly. They can have an opinion about everything you said or you have done, you're saying or you have done. The way you talk, the way you dress, where you come from, what you want to be in the future. And it's very easy to fall in and adopt the same way of thinking. My advice to all women around the world, and of course men, keep on imagining your next step. Stay positive and keep going strong. So to you, if you are 20 or 30 or 70 or above or below, this is what helped me to work forward toward innovation for everyone. First, I found that in life, most things, it begins with inspiration. So I have taken inspiration from my scientific heroes and I have tried to learn from them. Second, I have always moved forward with action. I found a common way to fail in life is not to try, instead start and persist in climbing. Listen to your inner voice. Don't let people tell you it is not possible. Third, I have risen to world challenges by collaborating with others across the world. That said, there is still no perfect model, no template, no formula for creating the exact conditions for innovation, business, or entrepreneurship. It requires collaboration and dialogue. So I have learned through travels and study 1,000 miles or 1,000 years. You still find people just like you and I. So everything in business and in science, I find not now depend on connecting, building great teams, and collaborating together. Fourth, I never forget the inner journey. I treat my mind a bit like a garden, cultivating the good things and the beautiful things. I found we have to keep our thoughts healthy. The greatest minds had positive and beatable energy. Fifth, the scientists cannot do it alone. No role model, no path to follow. They may remain lost, but we need to learn from our ancestors during the golden age of Islamic civilization, when many civilizations were merged and produced an amazing inventions which are still touching our lives until now. We need the role of government, scientific and innovation, public policy funding, and with new type of investors who cares to make a difference, to fund open science, to support entrepreneurial system, to teach social innovation in our schools and university, to include more women so they can also direct science and research, to fuel a collaborative future with collective action. Lastly, I have found it's crucial to surround yourself with people who believe in you too. Because by allowing yourself to be who you are, you become, without realizing, a sparkling star in a night sky, providing people a compass to a better life. Thank you very much.
Wow, look at this. Oh my God, I'm pretty certain I am not the only person in the room who has chills from your talk. Thank you so much. This has been so incredibly inspiring. It's beautiful how much you're standing for women. Actually, to all the speakers, to Philip, thank you so much. This room today was so full of feminine power, was so full of collaborative spirit. So thank you for making that possible. And thank you for doing all of the work so that you come and share it with us. Thank you for the conversations that you're having behind the scenes. Giselle, Hayat, all of our partners really, from Germany to Vietnam to Philippines. Thank you. Thank you for making that possible. So now, without further ado, I would like to move to our question from this part of the world in Nepal, Kathmandu, from our local partner, Pikash Gurung. Please go ahead, unmute yourself, Pikash, and share your question.
I'm not sure. Just this very second, I noticed I received a message that the electricity is down in Nepal. So I'm just so he wrote 1 minute that he will be back. So he will be asking a question, then using his mobile phone. I really have to say, Hayat, it was such an inspiration talking to you. I will share with you the messages that I received on my various chat messengers. One question always for me is, how can we take something into action then? Do you have a recommendation how we can start taking action, ideally on a global level? Because I think also what Giselle is doing in the Philippines, what I know that Sarah is doing from Egypt/Germany, this connecting that we try to do with Silk Road, I think there is the same substance here. And if I may say so, I think project management is actually a motherly trait. What do I mean? Typically, as a project manager, you have many fathers who contribute, and as a project manager, you are the womb, the female energy that consolidates different energies and brings it or gives birth to the project. So from a project management perspective, I see that actually managing a project is a very female activity. So coming back to my question, Hayat, do you have any recommendations how individuals can start taking action?
Great question. I think, as I mentioned in my my last recommendation, I think anything is start with individual to be inspired and by passion. You can have the best policy in the world, but if you know in a company, but if your coworker they're not motivated and they're not passionate about it, there is dead end. And the same thing like from bottom up. And if you are really motivated as well, and there is no right policy, you know, a governance as well person and strategy that can help you for see your passion, your vision to reality also is a dead end. So that's my experience. When I come to the Islamic Development Bank with the former president, His Excellency Dr. Baner Hajjar, he has that type of visionary leader, and so he gave me the platform. And my passion toward because I believe science is unlimited, and what we can do for our civilization is unlimited. Science doesn't look at gender or nationality or religion or color or language. It just is unifying us because toward humanity. I think, as I mentioned, you need to work out from bottom up and top to bottom. And the great example for us is Rwanda. Rwanda, if somebody can correct me, I think 2015 was very hard to walk in the street to feel safe. Now they call it the Switzerland of Africa, because the leadership as well, the right policy with the right strategy, also from top to bottom, and from bottom up, that the execution and strategy really motivate the youth, give them a platform, and give them a say. And also, I wanted to give a great example is what's happening now in my country, in Saudi Arabia, with the leadership of the king and crown prince, the way they're putting Saudi Arabia in frontier of digital economy, and also how really things are changing in terms of like opportunities, dialogue, and investment from around the world, also to give women their opportunity. And an example of I exist, made history. We are a part now of the Shura Council. It's happened, and now women are leading many amazing role in Saudi. And that's what you say. What I want to say to you, you have a passionate society, and also with the right leadership, things can happen. So we need to have the balance. And other thing as well, I wanted to emphasize, to make a change within our youth. I think we are sick and tired of making the word growth, and we want something better and bigger and everything. I think what we need to really teach our also young generation to work with balance, quality and human come first. And that's also when you have that, to project that to young generation, their attitude, their approach to their career, to what they want to do in life, will be balanced and with a nice lens toward humanity. But we are bombarded by big companies, especially big pharma, always want something bigger, and the growth for what? Our planet has a limited assets, and we ignore fact, we ignore what we should listen to scientists as well, what are telling us about our universe, and we really to balance that, and we need to inject that also to our youth, not necessarily to have the biggest house or fastest car, wherever, look to practical approach. And that's what I am bringing, also the women touch. If we have more women leading the direction of science, I don't think we could have laser killer beams or fast cars. I did this study. I asked few men and women about if they have a AI. That's I've done that in 2015. They're available to them. What would they use it for? Most men said we use it in a war zone, which is understandable, saving lives. But women said we use it to test for Ebola. So both of them saving lives, but different perspective. I'm not saying what the men said wrong or the woman said right. We need both color be part of, to help to direct science and innovation.
Great answer. Thank you so much. We actually have Pikash, and we need to go quickly through this because we're a little bit above time, but that's completely fine. Pikash, are you ready with your question? Please go ahead. Yes. You just need to.
Thank you, Sarah. I'm so sorry, like we are having some internet. Yeah, we are having some internet issues, but definitely fine with. It's really inspirational to hear and learn so much of the impact that's happening in Saudi Arabia. Definitely, it would have been great to connect our audience, but I think I would like to proceed with my question. Definitely Saudi Arabia, it's more on the Middle East, but here South Asian countries, they also want to be on the forefront of the global innovation. So my question is, how can South Asian countries lead global innovation? And how can women from Nepal also leverage the exponential development of emerging technologies like robotics and AI?
Thank you.
That's my question.
And it's already happening. I think we have a great education system. We know we are very much encouraging the student, our youth, to explore, and we send them abroad to learn and exchange and knowledge and bring it back home. As I mentioned in my talk, the technology transfer model at the moment exists is outdated, and that's why we need to have local perspective, and that's what the regime or the leadership in my country doing very well in terms of like sending our youth. And I can see here the room full of amazing women and men from my country and from also Middle East, who are really be part of this institution, be part of the education system abroad, and give them the chance to collaborate and learn the skills, because we need to learn from the people who really done it before us. But not only just to learn, and also how we're going to collaborate, and that's what is happening. Not just bringing the student back, but also we have as you've seen in the news, always how we can collaborate and have the international community and advance in innovation be part of our society, and we also be part of their society, because we are learning both ways, from north to south, south to south, and south to north. And this is the beauty about open science and open innovation. And so it's already happening, and you can see that how now Saudi Arabia, one of the leading countries in digitized economy. I mean, everything now is done digitized. Everything is easier to work and operate. Opportunities. When I was doing my PhD at that time, it was not allowed to women to study engineered abroad. So when I did my biotechnology, and I wrote to the king, and things changed. So now women have opportunity to go to space, to study, and to be part of the decision maker opportunity platform. So, and as I mentioned, now Saudi Arabia open to the world. We're opening visitor and collaborate with all parts of the world, Asia, Europe, North, South, whatever can bring us to a better quality of life. The leadership is open for that, and I can speak, by the examples we've seen and we already experienced.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hayat. And with that, I hand over to Philip. So please.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. I think it was an extremely inspirational journey that we all had. And with that, I would like to open the floor for any kind of questions that our audience may have to one or several panelists. I saw that other people from Nairobi in Kenya wanted to also raise a question. Also, I think the team of Muntasir Mamun from Dhaka, from Bangladesh, also mentioned that they want to ask something. And Hayat, I know that some of your colleagues are also interested to raise a question. So I would suggest that we skip this formal panel discussions that we had and directly head over to the Q&A session, because I think we have so much positive energy in the room. And whenever there is an energy existing, I don't want to stop it. I see that one person has raised the hand. Sarah, can you help with that? I just saw a short pop-up.
Yes, I also saw the same. Okay, just a second, please.
Maybe it just was a short.
I'm not sure. Yes, you can already start with the questions because there's so many. Aha, yes, now I know. I see the person. Okay, great. So I allow the person to talk. Hello, can you hear us? So you can unmute yourself.
Okay, so I also saw the comment from Giselle in as a follow-up concerning the very inspirational talk from Hyatt. And what I wanted to mention is exactly that's what Silk Road is for, to bringing together those people and to be surrounded by the right people with the right mindset. And I always try to say, I mean, honestly, here, most of us have, let's say, quite a lot of experience in their domain, their expertise. But the truth is, if you leave your comfort zone, if you go outside, you are a new scholar. So even if you have 20, 30, 40 years of experience in your industry, in your knowledge domain, you end up being a very young student. And I think that's the beauty. If you are humble, if you are interested to learn, if you want to enter an interdisciplinary field, this is what is needed, an environment to exchange different ideas and views.
If I can comment on that, Philip, it's a great point, because I'm always push the student and push people to be out of their comfort zone. I just like, you know, half a minute, like when I was doing my my undergrad, I was doing it in pharmacology and, you know, cells and biology. And I wanted to do my PhD. It was in engineering and physics and things that I never done in my life. But I wanted to be able to create a sensor that it can make us understand about the makeup of our own body. So I had to really learn that from scratch, and I challenged myself to go to do PhD, even though I don't have the undergrad level. And when I moved to Harvard as well, I want to take my company, or the company I created with Harvard, to be serve the hand of the community, because there's no point to collect, you know, patents and to collect dust. I had no clue, but then my professor pushed me to be part of Harvard Business School for 2 years. I felt stupid for the first 3 months, you know, because, you know, it's different language, you know, I don't want to make it, you know, the way they make you feel like you are in a bubble, you are the best scientist, and they, even in Cambridge and Harvard, they tell you are the best of the best. But the reality, when you step out of the lab, you know nothing about in terms of the real world and how you want to see your innovation reach the community. So I had to learn the language of business. I had to learn the language of, because it's taboo also in the science community to talk about your work. But hey, we need to communicate. We need to tell the world about what we do. I need to know how to organize or design my company. Who are my competitors? What is the market? Who can I, you know, collect or you know, have a private sector to invest with me? And that's another thing. And then when I moved to the Shura Council with the policy and strategy, that's something new completely for me. But I used my analytical mind, my mind, I was trained to pay attention to details, to use that type of approach to look at any of the, you know, ministry and look, how can I, you know, spot certain challenge, and how can I, you know, provide a practical solution, not like just to say, oh, here is something that cannot work, and without providing a practical, doable solution within our reach. You know, we always wanted to copy others, but the main thing, I want to understand the community and what is the boundaries I can manage and monitor to be able to have the impact in society. So I really appreciate what you said, Phil. You know, always push yourself outside the comfort zone, because the multidisciplinary approach is the key thing to make a difference in society, not just to be, you know, involved in one bubble and without reaching, understanding what is the whole world around you really required. Sorry about the interview.
Perfect.
No, it's such a great comment. Yes, thank you so much. It also reminds me, so you and I, we have very similar experiences in life. I started off in pharma, and I also experienced the same going to biology and doing my PhD. You know, sorry, I felt like I was really stupid because I didn't have the background. But like you say, I pushed myself outside of the comfort zone. I engaged with my partners who were my bosses back then, and we brought to the world such a great project that got $2.7 million fund. And, you know, this was not possible had I not had this analytical mind that you talked about. So again, I come to Giselle's talk, and I feel like it's all around bringing forth to people this analytical mind so that they can go ahead and do whatever it is that they are committed to create. and they bring forth this diversity to the world in terms of solutions to actual challenges that we're facing today. So thank you for that.
Maybe, Giselle, do you also want to comment? I think that you're nodding all the time here, and I think you are also an exceptional example of leaving your comfort zone.
Yeah, well, earlier in my talk, my last slide actually showed a QR code to my leading to my personal website. As I was listening to Dr. Cindy, I was also, you know, thinking I should have also shared my story and talking about comfort zone. For 20 years, I was really a local policymaker in a very small city in the Philippines. And then all of a sudden, 2 years ago, I was invited to join the national government. So I had to relocate, leave my husband behind, and go to the capital to serve the country. And I think I have learned so much. But I feel that I resonate with what Dr. Cindy said about having your own circle of people that will have no bias when it comes to listening to your ideas. It's a beautiful space. I think, I don't know if it's a woman thing, but I think we have to have that strong circle of support so that when we share our ideas, more ideas will be shared, and you can come up with better programs and projects. And so I just want to say that I am so blessed to be part of this discussion. And I feel like there's a lot of things that we can do together moving forward. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Giselle. And if I may say, I would like to add a male component into the mix, because the discussion is not only the biological sex, but also the mindset. So, for example, one thing, and I have a similar, let's say, history than all of you here. I'm an engineer, and I followed my path, and then of course the projects became bigger and bigger and bigger, and there are some, let's say, the limit within my region has been reached, and that's actually why I started with Silk Road. But essentially, what I want to point out is that the journey that I did was not going to China, Asia, wherever. It was actually a journey to myself, to learn my own authenticity, to stand up for myself, to express myself as the true me, without being mean, without being arrogant, without being in following, let's say, the expectation of other people. And I think that is so important, to surround yourself with people who accept you, who you are, and support you full-heartedly. Even if you're wrong, they let you do the mistakes, and they love you still when you do your mistakes. So my let's say definition of a really good friend is a good friend is telling me that I'm an idiot and tells me the truth, but he still loves me. And I think that's so important, to have this kind of community that accepts you as you are, that you can really truly be authentic. And just as a small short remark for myself.
I want to just to add a little bit here, Phil. I agree. I mean, without the impact and the support of my father, Allah yarhamu, he's the one. I mean, when I was growing up, I didn't see, at that time, a real lab. I didn't see a role model around me look like me, because he used to bring me all these great stories and books to read about, scientists like Al-Khwarizmi, Athena, Marie Curie, Einstein, as I mentioned. But I used to tell my father, I'm a really human being, because I couldn't see anyone look like me. Is it out of reach? And he used to tell me in his simple language, Hayat, with education, you can achieve anything in life. It could be one day one of them. And he supported me, and many people maybe didn't have the chance, but I was lucky to have a father. I had a father to answer any question I want. And that's also the role of, people who really believe in me. He didn't know, even when I was choosing, my career, biotechnology to continue or pharmacology, he always told me, where is your heart? And then you can answer the question. He said, if your heart toward that, then this should be the right, path to follow. And without having the support of a male, also, I'm sure here in the audience, they have husband, brothers, or son, or fathers. Without them as well, it's like it's a society made of both of us. So the color of, the influence of men definitely is there. It's from the start. And I used to adore my father. He was for me everything. He's my hero. He was my hero, still my hero. I don't want to do anything wrong to be able to not to be in his good books. So that's also that type of motivation. And of course, my mom, who passed away recently, also that type of encouragement, even though she was sacrificing for me to be away from her. For her, that, what made me happy and how can I offer to the world, made her also exceptional woman, even though she didn't continue her education. So many people around you, or so many friends who even doesn't have to be in the same religion or the same, nationality, but they really believe, like here today, we always feel this type of passion and spark, because we all unite in terms of what we want to do for humanity. Even with August talking about the policy is so crucial. We need to pay attention to details of policy, how really can really have our impact broadly, because whatever we do without the right policy and execution strategy, our work will be also limited to our environment only, but we want to reach everyone. So that's another point I want to mention. I talk a lot, so don't accidentally tell me. Maybe you need to mute yourself.
So I think what I see in the comments, all your remarks are extremely well received. So thank you so much, Hayat, for your insights. Also, Giselle, thank you so much for joining here. Also, Augusto Lopez Claros, thank you so much for joining today. It was an extremely insightful session, I have to say. We are slowly, unfortunately, coming to the end of today's session. We only have two small agenda topics. One is we want to share with you what's next. So how can you involve, get involved, how can you join Silk Road? And that is what are the events that we are exploring now. And I'm not sure if Oscar Van Thiel is also joining from, here we go. Here we see Oscar. Because just to let you know, very important, save the date, the Global Future Summit. The next one is on Friday, November 28th. So I hope to have all of you again joining us for this session. Also, I want to mention the course that Professor Anis presented today, Understanding AI and Robotics. It's starting on May 22nd for 8 weeks. So if you want to enroll, if you know somebody who wants to enroll, please let us know, and feel free to fill it in the form. And then in 16th of 18th of September, we have an amazing cooperation going on with the Innovation Fair in Nanjing, and I will let Oscar explain a little bit more in detail what we're going to do there. Hi, Oscar. Great to have you with us.
It's a pleasure to be here. Thanks a lot for the cooperation and the work together the past months to make all of this happen. It's really fantastic and very exciting to have everybody from the world connected. We're hearing, well, of course, within the global context, I think events like this are even more important to highlight the fact that we're all people. We want to do good things for one another. And all the rest is just a lot of unfortunate noise. Sometimes, in many cases, more than noise, it's actual things happening. In this respect, I think one of the very big points that I've heard has been discussed. We've been mentioning China quite a bit throughout the conference. I myself have lived in China for 18 years. Now I'm based out of Brussels. But I'm together with as Messe Stuttgart and the subsidiary company that we are in Nanjing. For quite a lot of time, we've been supporting this exchange, this dialogue between China and the rest of the world. Of course, very much connected with Germany and Europe, but open also to other parts of the world. In the domain of business. Business is often, in some circles, demonized or considered, oh my gosh, making profit, making money. But things have to be sustainable, not just ecologically, also have to be sustainable economically. And a big part of working together and getting to know each other is learning by doing. So what better way to do this than actually learning by being productive within the business environment? And so this is one of the I would say the more visionary, more idealistic drivers behind the innovation fair that Philip introduced. So we've been organizing this since 2018. Its main purpose is to support businesses, especially SMEs, that are not in China, but that feel that they could contribute and that they could be successful there with their projects, with their products, with their technologies, with their business models. In the meantime, it's also become quite I would say, a subnational diplomacy platform in the sense that we cooperate very closely with local Chinese governments, especially based out of Nanjing, the city of Nanjing, which is the capital of Jiangsu province, and other cities as well, and therefore their counterparts from regional or municipal governments in other places in the world, especially from Europe. Having said that, we have also had national level participants in terms of ambassadors, etc. So we've throughout the years we've had quite high level participants. The mayor of Nanjing, we've had the Ministry of Economy and Housing of Land Baden-Württemberg. So these are all people that manage considerable budgets and are quite influential. So essentially, yes, as Philip was saying, this event, the next event, is taking place. This year's event is taking place from the 16th to the 18th September. So it's organized by ourselves, by Messe Nanjing Stuttgart Joint Exhibition Company, which is a joint venture between Messe Stuttgart and the Nanjing Exhibition Center. From the German side, our owners are Land Baden-Württemberg, so the region of Baden-Württemberg, which is where Stuttgart comes from, is very industrialized. It's where headquarters of Mercedes, of Bosch, of the robotics manufacturing. So really, when you think of Germany manufacturing, it's that's where it happens, or a large part of it anyway. Daimler comes from there. And our Nanjing counterparts. So we are a joint venture. We ourselves, I think, personify already this understanding between very different cultures, the Chinese culture and the German culture. And this is what positions ourselves to be able to carry this out. The event is hosted and supported. Philip, you wanted to say something?
Oscar, I just want to mention, so Oscar is not only fluent in, English and German, but also in Mandarin. So
shall we switch to Chinese?
Exactly.
We'll keep it in English. Otherwise, people will find out how bad my Chinese is. Thanks, Philip. Yes, indeed. Yeah, well, it's 18 years, and I have a lot of my colleagues to thank because they taught me. More importantly than teaching me Chinese is teaching me how things kind of work there, and that things are different, and being able to understand in between the lines, put it that way. So I wanted to say that we are supported directly in many cases by local municipalities, especially Nanjing, our biggest supporter, but other cities also, Wuxi, Nantong, different cities, and indirectly, of course, by by Messe Stuttgart itself and Baden-Württemberg. So it does have quite a governmental backing, the event that we organize. We have numerous partners, mainly from promotion agencies of different European countries. So we've been working with a region of Lazio, which is the region of the capital of Rome, of Italy, of Baden-Württemberg, of course, in the Netherlands, North Brabant, Emilia-Romagna in Italy as well, Estonia, several countries. Very, very a lot of experience from Spain, Catalonia. So there's really we've done a lot throughout the years. And essentially, this event is structured first of all as a conference, a bit to give the stage, so to speak, politically, subnationally, where you sign the MOUs, where you'll have governors or mayors, basically from both sides, endorsing the respective businesses. So endorsing that, giving recognition to the business delegations that will come from Europe or from different countries, and the counterparts that have been selected, reached out to from the Chinese side. This is important because it really does give, of course, you never know what can happen in business. Business can work out, it cannot work out, etc. But you have a reference, and you have a governmental reference from both sides. So it's a help. It's certainly a help, especially when you are in a new situation from both sides, from the Chinese and from the foreigner side. A new experience of working with a new culture. At least you have this government backing and an endorsement to fall back upon and to help with communication or when there are issues.
Thank you so much for the explanations. We will share, of course, the link to the event in it is already in the compendium. So the slide that I showed before includes the hyperlink. We are happy to introduce, if there is an interest, please also put it into the connection request form. And I'm looking forward to see you in person then, face to face in September. Just repeat again, 16th to 18th of September this year in Nanjing. Of course, we will promote it and give you the information on social media. And all our partners are more than welcome to join us traveling to China this year. So this also lets us come to an end. I want to announce the very last agenda topic of today, and that is our close partnership with IDEA. So our friends from the International Digital Economies Association are moderating and are taking over the last part of our today's Global Future Summit. So if you look at the map here in the background, actually I show it here, you notice there's one region that is definitely missing here on this map, and that is South America. And that's why we have teamed up with an amazing organization, a world-spanning organization, the International Digital Economies Association. So we are saying goodbye to all the people on site around the world in the 23 locations, the 23 cities that we have seen, and we only leave the online session open to our streaming partners. So with that being said, Amor, great to have you with us. It's a great pleasure to have this partnership with IDEA. And I will also close my audio and video. And Sarah, I'll let you do the introduction to Amor. I wish you a great last online session as a last part of today. And thank you everyone for joining. And the online stream is open. Okay, all the best. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Philip. Thank you so much to all the partners for being with us today. I just want to say something about the questions. So next time in November, we're going to do it better, that your questions get answered. And I'm going to see that personally. I'm going to make sure that this is happening behind the scenes. So thank you so much. Thank you for staying longer. And it's my absolute pleasure now to introduce to you Dr. Christina Amor McLang. She is a global award-winning fintech leader, brand architect, movement maker, reputation strategist, marketing and communications innovator. She's led cross-functional, cross-border collaborations among regional and national line agencies, industry leaders, academies, policymakers, and various stakeholders from both the private and the public sector. She is the founding member and Secretary General of the International Digital Economies Association, that is IDEA, an umbrella organization representing the emerging economies of the global digital majority, uniting industry leaders across diverse sectors. IDEA is a movement towards a more connected, innovative collective of diverse economies. IDEA's 100+ members from 80+ countries around the world position it at the forefront of global digital economies, creating sustainable growth and fostering long-term partnerships. So without further ado, I would love for you to welcome with me to the stage Dr. Christina Amoah-McClain. Please, Christina, go for it.
Dr. Sarah, thank you so much. Before I proceed, I just want to do a very quick audio check. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I'm actually calling from Congo, Brazzaville right now, where we are launching IDEA and also cementing our commitment to Central Africa, one of the most important regions within the overall African subcontinent. How's the audio?
It's great. Thank you.
Awesome. So I'd like to open by saying Mabote Nabino, which is a traditional greeting in Lingala. Hola a todos, to my brothers and sisters from Brazil. Buenos dias and mabuhay. The International Digital Economies Association, I believe you will be running the slides as well. Thank you. Whenever you're ready. The International Digital Economies Association, as you said, is a coming together of 92 countries and the most impactful leaders in what we term as the global digital majority. At times, it's mistaken to be members of the global south, but at 82% of the world's population, we prefer to be called the global majority. And one of the confirm your speaking language. It turns out my English is as bad as my French and Lingala. There is a prompt there.
English is great.
Yes, thank you. And one of the things that bring us together is actually our desire to create cross-border projects and collaboration. The real stars of our final panel, and I thank Dr. Philip for making the trip to come and visit us, are actually our partners and our members. We are joined and we are actually led by Mr. Armando Manzueta, who is leading the digitalization efforts of the Dominican Republic. Mr. Ruben Diaz Silva, founder of my Spanish is terrible, forgive me, Ruben, Digital, and he's actually representing Chile and Ecuador. Dr. Claudia JC Berenco Abbas, who will be talking about cyber resilience. And last but not the least, Ms. Patricia Toscano will be talking about something very critical and important, which would be smart cities in Latin America. Now, going back to IDEA, it's not enough for us to come together to meet and talk. We are all about programs and projects working together. For example, just very recently this week, while we're in Brazzaville, we've started discussions on the launch of digital educational credentials, because clearly the current existing educational structures do not serve anymore the agile requirements of the global digital economy. What's the need of a 4-year, 8-year, 10-year course? With all due respect for our PhDs here, nothing to take away from how important that is. But when you get on ground in places like Brazzaville, Burkina Faso, or even in Manila, perhaps a 6-month digitally certifiable course on Python can already allow our youth to take part in the global digital economy. We are all pursuing various national digital strategies, from Digital India, Digital China, the Brazilian digital strategy, or Digital Filipinas. I'm so happy to see our mama for local digital development, Undersecretary Giselle of the DICT. But what's important is, aside from developing our internal markets, is to find a way to constantly connect our regions to each other. When I was in Rio during the G20 last year, we noticed that the same tropical problems, for example, that we have in Rio, tropical disease problems, mosquito-borne diseases, are the same things that we have, for example, in Southeast Asia. So aside from digital educational credentials, we're also working very closely towards achieving data sovereignty in the global majority. So these are concerns that most likely are not a problem for the Northern Hemisphere. But in the case, for example, of the global majority, number one, most of our records are not digitalized. Most of our data we do not own. We do not have self-sovereign ownership over our own data. So how can we even start talking about discussion points on AI and quantum computing when the fundamentals are not in place in our region? The third item that we are all working very closely together is in cross-border payments. We need to take better ownership and agency of our digital economy in the global majority. This is intended to complement the already existing banking financial rails, which are on SWIFT, but we are about to launch within the year a global majority payment gateway that is on chain, that would allow for continued payments and cooperation between businesses in the region. For example, between Rio and Moscow, just on the cut flower trade, we see close to 1.5 billion US dollars just in cut flower. But because of the ongoing geopolitical challenges, there have been curtailment when it comes to these types of opportunities. So the other item that we wanted to promote across IDEA, and this is very closely linked to our global majority payment gateway, would be the use of stable coins that is pegged against the local currency. We are working with emerging markets so they can have their own capabilities to develop their own stable coin. And the reason for this is because the top crypto users all over the world come from our region. You probably are looking at my Gele, right? My Nigerian Gele. It's the top crypto. It's actually the top crypto user around the world. And in ASEAN, the top two users are the Philippines and Vietnam. Now, final two words on what it is that we do before we turn it over to the real rock stars of IDEA, our partners in Latin America. You know, we always talk about the role of women, whether in the digital economy or in startup development. And I did not realize how badly the situation is until we started our outreach in Africa. Fintech, which is supposed to be a great enabler of a great leveler in the digital economy, only has 4% of all of its founders as women. The banking industry in the United States, 7% of CEOs are women, and that's already in the United States. The numbers here in Africa and in Asia are much, much more dismal. Last but not the least, in terms of venture capital and private equity. Only 10% of the management team, not even the owners and leaders, the management team are women, and only 3% of the capital deployed globally are given to women-led enterprises. Therefore, what we're doing in IDEA is making sure that startups and the talents stay where they need to solve core problems and not having a desire to leave and be expatriated in other global northern hemisphere regions. So we want that to be an option for them, but we also want to give them the option to stay. In Nigeria, there is a Yoruba word called japa. And what that means is to flee. There is an actual term in various African languages that talk about leaving their native land to go somewhere else. In the Philippines, where I was born, we call it the Philippine diaspora of overseas Filipino workers. And we need to put a plug in this brain drain. Through digital economy promotions, we can make sure that the digital economy could be an important contributor of the GDP, and we keep talent where they need to stay. So I'd like to close at this point. The International Digital Economies Association, of which Dr. Philippe, our new partner, is a part of, who cannot fall in love and want to journey in the new digital Silk Road, which is not only now, it's not just Asian, but more importantly, it is our honor to help extend that new road in Latin America. And to close, I would like to teach everyone a word in Lingala, and that is matondo. And of course, to my Spanish-speaking brethren, muchas gracias, obrigada. And Dr. Claudia, I just wanted to acknowledge you and thank you for the support. Thank you so much, Dr. Philippe and Dr. Agnes. Dr. Sarah as well.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for the invitation to be part of this such interesting and important event organized from IDEA. Thank you so much, Dr. Philippe, Dr. Alexander, Dr. Sarah, and Dr. Christina. I'm very happy to share this panel with distinguished panelists as well. I'll try to have my speech not too much technical, as I'm professor from electrical engineer from University of Brasilia in Brazil. And the subject of my explanation today, or my talk today, is about zero trust IoT networks with blockchain for cyber resilience. Please, can you see my screen, my slides? Okay, great. So let's start. Why you are talking about this subject here? No? Because as everyone knows, you are changing, you are moving from the traditional trust-based network to zero trust networks. So just to give a small explanation about that one is that the traditional way that you organize the security area is that you create like an implicit trust zone, that in this zone, of course, you have trustful players or trustful equipment. And now you're shifting this approach to an approach that you call zero trust network. That means that you don't have anymore this trustful zone. You don't trust in anyone. So that's why it came to our mind to start to develop solution that you could connect this idea with blockchain technology. For those that don't know very well the blockchain technology, the core function of the blockchain is that you have to create a trustful environment, but this environment is distributed, is decentralized. You don't have just one single point of trust like you have in the traditional base network. So, and you talk about IoT. Why I talk about IoT? I'm member of the work group of cybersecurity resilience at World Economic Forum, and you just released our report like 2 weeks ago. Please, I will be very happy if you want to read about you have been discussed during the last year about this subject. And one key point that you all agree in this working group is that you have to protect our IoT network to keep the supply chain alive. You have a lot of problem of attacks to IoT equipment, and these attacks sometimes can stop the supply chain. So that's why you start to develop a solution that you focus not just in blockchain, but using the blockchain and zero trust approach for IoT network, for IoT device. So what is our motivation, the key points about that one? Just to let you know that, for example, the cyber attacks on IT device surged by 300% in 2023. This is a search for the World Economic Forum that caused 2.5 billion global financial loss. And not just this. Of course, everyone knows that now you have a lot of attacks that are created from botnets. That's automated software. And 9% of complex denial of service attacks in 2023 came from botnet-based. So the idea is that to shift from decentralized security to a more decentralized security solution. And as I said before, in my work, you're focused in IoT devices. There is a quote from our Cyber Resilience Compass that was, as I told, that was released 2 weeks ago, that you have this quote in this document. Resilience isn't just prevention, it's minimized impact. So now we are in the run that is more expensive to prevent, to protect, than to attack. No, and you have new AI tools every day. So the function to the prevention, the resilience of attacks is becoming more and more difficult. And you have this graph on the right side that you can see that the active device, the number of IoT device is increasing as well. So you can see that in 2025, you have a projection that you have 34 billions of IoT devices in the world. So you can imagine that the problem is increasing more and more from each year. Another key point that I would like to highlight is about regulatory compliance. You have a lot of compliance that you have to follow in, like the standard like NIS2, CIP, CRITs, that require robust security strategies. Principally for our infrastructure, if you think about energy, manufacturing, and transportation. And you have another key point that you need a skilled professional in the area of security. You need security 24 hours and every day. And you don't have sometimes the people, the skilled professionals that are expert, and sometimes you don't have the financial research to pay for them. So when you come to the blockchain, you can solve this with the automation of some process that using a smart contract. So that's why this is another key point that you decide to bring this blockchain also to our solution. So what you're innovating with this solution that I'm showing you? The first thing is about the IoT device identity. So all the IT device identity is in the blockchain. It's connected to a wallet. And you're using all the security solution that blockchain provides from scratch, from zero. So you're trying to avoid the problem of spoofing. The second point that you solve using blockchain, you have a tamper-proof data logs for audits. All the data are in the blockchain. And of course, depending on the blockchain that are using, if a public blockchain, you can check it's open, it's public. So you can check and you can do the audition just going to the explorer of the blockchain. And the third point that you're solving with this solution is that you don't have anymore a single point of failure. The security, the rules of the security and all the orchestration of the security is not It's not going to be in a single point. Now you're coming to be decentralized threat response. The fourth point is that you reduce latency when you have the mitigation at the edge. The mitigation of the attack in the IoT device. It's not in a central point, it's not in a server anymore. And according to our study, you published a paper like 1 year ago, where you did some studying about when you have the mitigation of the attack at the end, inside the IoT device, you have the response of less than 1 second for the attack. So you reduce the latency when you process the rules to avoid the attack in the IoT device, and you're not dependent anymore on a central point. And another point, the last point that you have the innovation of the solution is that when you bring the rules of the security to the device, to the IoT, you can have more accuracy in the definition if you have a threat or not. This is based on AI solution that you create at our lab, and you had this performance, 89.75% of accuracy when you brought the rules to the edge. So why are you using blockchain? What blockchain is fixing? For example, if you think about this vulnerability, weak device authentication, when you put the blockchain solution, you can use the combination of PKI and smart contract. When you talk about data integrity risk, you're using blockchain, the hash, no? The hash, I don't know if everyone know, but the hash solution is a mathematical solution that is very good for integrity. So you have the integrity of the data when you put the data in the blockchain. And the third point, as I mentioned before, you don't have a single failure point. You are doing the solution in a decentralized way. So, and all the nodes, all the IoT device, they share their threat intelligence to avoid the attack or to mitigate the attack. Technical innovation, I will give you some example of what we're doing. So as I told before, the first point that you're solving, you have all the identity of the device in the blockchain. You're combining PKI with blockchain for the identification of the IoT device. The second point is that tamper-proof data, that also all the data is in the blockchain. And what you did, it was developed a different VPN solution, a very lightweight VPN solution. And this VPN solution connects all the devices in a point-to-point way. And all this data are audited in the blockchain. This, in the right side, you can see a picture where you have a solution that was showing, you have a cooperation with a German company, that the name of the company is STAX. And what you did in this solution, what they did in this solution, it was create a corridor of drones. For example, you have drones that the drones fly in the top of some, for example, delivery place. So, for example, if you think about delivery drones that have to take some products to the house, to one house, you can have attack to this drone that can rob the information and also can put down the drone. So the idea is that you can create a secure corridor for this drone, where you use the combination of a lightweight VPN and blockchain to mitigate the attack. And so in this picture, you can see, for example, the drone can just fly and get the data from, for example, from a truck, from an energy tower, and collect all this data. And when it's flying, it's create a peer-to-peer VPN channel to collect the data in a security way. This is one example, and this is something that you think that is very important, because the solution of delivery from drones is becoming to be increased in the next year. So you have to think about security. The third point is about a lightweight consensus. So what you did, you develop a solution that is very light, solution that you can install in a single device, in a single IoT device, for example, IoT device for industry. So you can download the solution. For example, you're doing some tests in Raspberry 4. That is a small device of IoT. That's a small, very common device that's used in IoT area. And it needs less than 1 megabyte of memory to have our software running. And talking about more application of cyber resilience, there is another solution that was developed with Siemens Energy to detect attack to energy points. The energy points can be solar panel or can be electrical charging for electrical vehicles. So the idea is the same of the drone, that you want to protect the transmission of the data that you get from this device, from the sensor of this device, in a security way, and it is connected to the blockchain. The another solution that you can show to you today is about the smart city solution. That is the collection of the data from buses in Germany. So there is a pilot that is running in Berlin. That's the bus that are running inside the city. You are collecting data about the emission of carbon, and you are connecting this data. You're pushing this data to the blockchain. And this is a very interesting use case, because you're creating also a green token in the blockchain where you connect it to the carbon credit market. So you can do all the traceability, not just the emission of the carbon credit, but the number of passengers as well. And you can connect this to the carbon credit market through this coin that you created. Another solution that you're developing here in Brazil, I cannot tell you, I cannot give you detailed information about where you're developing, but you are developing a solution for a port in Brazil where you're using this solution in the cargo, with the cargo sensors inside the port. Because this port suffer a lot of attacks that, as I told before, you can stop a supply chain because of an attack inside a port, and you can stop the import and export task if you suffer this attack. So you're deploying now the solution, and you're doing tests with a Brazilian port here in Brazil. So what you're doing different, you're shifting from a VPN solution that you're using today to a VPN that's connected to the blockchain. So you're shifting from a centralized cloud servers. You don't need any more cloud servers in this VPN solution, the traditional VPN, and you're using the peer-to-peer decentralized solution. And if you say about resource, when you use VPN in IoT, you need a lot of resource, especially in the storage and memory usage. With our solution, is very lightweight. You need less than 1 megabyte memory, as I told before. About the security, you're bringing zero trust approach and blockchain for auditing. And you're very focused, of course, you're talking about security in mission critical areas like drones, industrial IoT, and the decentralized physical infrastructure. So in resume, what you're doing, so you're creating a VPN that operates in a distributed overlay network, is not anymore in a centralized way. That's the way that you use VPN now, where the IoT device acts as a peer, eliminating the use of cloud computing and centralized data center. The IoT device, the sensor, the drones, lack computation power. So our solution is very lightweight encryption, and it needs low data protocol to minimize the resource consumption. For example, in the handshake of the TCP layer, you don't need a lot of handshakes. For example, you can set up a VPN in a very, very quick way. You're integrating with the blockchain to provide immutable device identity So we are focusing the identity of the IoT device and tamper-proof data. All the data that are collected from the IoT device are on the blockchain. So you have the data integrity. Our VPN ensures security machine to machine. The idea is that you have a solution that the VPN doesn't start in a central, in a server, but the VPN starts in the IoT. So you're connecting one IoT to another IoT. You create a VPN channel among themselves, so all the communication are secure. Can you imagine about autonomous cars? That is very critical situation that you need. It's very important to have a secure channel between the cars, and you can use our solution that is very lightweight solution. If you see that one car can, for example, communicate to another car, that's called machine-to-machine communication. And all solution also have something very interesting, because as you are working with Web3 blockchain solution, you can combine with financial sector. So you can monetize the data, for example, and as I said in another solution, in the energy solution, you use green coins.
Dr.
Yes,
Claudia?
Dr. Christina. Yes, please.
Yes. No, I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm also getting messages from people. If you could share this presentation, which is so full of information that's relevant to us in the global majority. But before we ask you to maybe close, I just wanted to say that we're very happy you spoke copiously about tokens and use cases for blockchain and tokenization, especially when it comes to things like carbon credits. We recognize, of course, that the largest forest cover in the world is in Brazil. This is extremely relevant to us in the global majority because, like I said, some of the most monetizable use cases for crypto and tokens are actually between Vietnam and the Philippines through Axie Infinity, which is a play-to-earn platform. And of course, very critical to all of us, like I said at the beginning, is digital identity being on-chain. It's too bad that we can't go through all of the rest of the slides, but we'd like to thank you so very much. And next week, we will have a more extensive presentation on this project and on this topic, of which actually Dr. Claudia is one of our important keynotes. Dr. Claudia, I've been asked to take a photo of you, so I'm doing a there you go, very Asian thing. Thank you so much, Dr. Claudia. Any closing remarks?
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Christina. The pleasure is mine to be invited to this such important panel and to give me the opportunity to talk what I have been done with my team and the cooperation with some companies, and to present to you the importance of the cybersecurity resilience. That sometimes you just think about how to avoid attack, but also you have to think about, as the quote that I mentioned about the World Economic Forum, that is not just how to solve the problem, but how to minimize the consequence if you have some attack. And this is something that you talk all the time with the World Forum Economic, that you have to include everyone in this solution, not just the technician people, but also the users, the clients, and the organization, the private organization. Thank you so much again. And I'm very happy to talk with someone if you want to talk more about this one. I know that you don't have too much time, but I will put in the chat my email, and you can send me some message if you want, and I will be very happy to answer any question. Thank you so much.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Dr. Claudia. So now it's time for us to move to our next speaker. So Ruben.
Hello.
Please go ahead. Hello.
Hello. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Perfect. Greetings from Ecuador, the center of the world.
Thank you.
Okay, it was a really interesting issue we were seeing.
Yeah.
I'm gonna change. We're now moving to this is more an invitation to a party. What we're gonna see. Let's check it out. Let me share my.
I mean, if it's a party, of course I'm in. So bring it on.
Of course. I don't know if you're seeing the presentation.
Yes. Yes, we can.
For
Brilliant.
some
Thank you.
reasons, usually my I don't know what happens with my computer, but I start talking, and my slides start frozen the first
It's all
or
good.
second. So let me know if you're still seeing just one single slide.
Yeah.
Well, I call this the first Minga of the global majority, our own version of the transformation of the financial industry. We're going to see what talking about. It might be a little bit weird. Let me first tell you what is a Minga. This is something that everyone is present all around the world, but here in the Andean region, the Minga is something, it's a tradition, it's a community activity, it's an ancestral collaborative work system deeply rooted in the indigenous and rural communities of the Andean region. Whenever someone needs to have his house rebuilt because something happened or is going to get married and needs a new house, or the community needs the irrigation channels to be cleared, or someone is trying to rebuild the school, the community gathers and they put their work for free. They receive only food, and everyone shares their work. And obviously, it's a party because everyone is, sharing food, sharing beverages. It's a party, and they're working in this together. And it's a very smart way to solve some challenges, because in that way you need to, put that money in the government making a procurement and everything else that it could last forever. This is the way some communities have built a network of roads for centuries. I mean, and this is the way a lot of communities keep their ties together. But it's something that is present around the world. They call it Talkut in Finland, Yui in Japan, Bayanihan in Finland, in Philippines, Harambe in Kenya. I don't know. There's different ways, and this is not about anthropology. This is about the idea that we're presenting here, and the idea is that we are calling all the possible researchers, not only in the field of finance, but in any field that help us to build this new. We're calling everyone to do this thing about creating a book, and we're going to talk about that. What is the challenge? The challenge is that the financial industry, as we knew it 5 years ago, 10 years ago, has been subject of huge waves of disruption. Not waves, I call it tsunamis of disruption. The first one was fintech, which totally changed the financial industry around the world, especially in Africa and especially in America, Latin America, I would say. The second one that we're witnessing right now is everything related to something that was talking my prior, Doctora Claudia was, which is about blockchain and everything related to distributed ledger technologies and everything related to crypto and everything related to the decentralized finance. That is going to make a huge impact in the financial industry. And also, obviously, the impact of artificial intelligence in the financial industry is going to be huge. We're seeing just the beginning of this wave or this tsunami. And this is going to impact every single industry in the world, but financial industry is going to be one of the most important industries that's going to be completely disrupted by these trends, by these huge tsunamis of disruption. At the same time, we have seen that in the financial industry has been under the pressure, or they have been carrying by their own terms, all these green finance initiatives, they have been threatened by much more complex cybersecurity and much more complex cybersecurity threats. Compliance has go beyond finance, and is now including ESG, is including much more than just finance. There is a huge demographic change all around the world. It's becoming much older in some instances. In some instances, the new users are too young, or maybe are not used to the financial industry. There are huge challenges around that. And of course, there's this challenge that the financial industry has facing in the last 5 years, is that they have to move or switch from brick and mortar agencies to digital channels mainly, and US has become a really important thing. This is only one of the ways to see this. There is a much more things impacting the financial industry. And what is the problem is that at the end of the day, what is lacking here, and what the problem with the traditional financial banks or traditional institutions they need, is to know how to do innovation in order to get into the financial inclusion. One of the problems we have here in Latin America is that at least that 30% in average of our population do not have access to a bank account. Here in Ecuador, at least 30% of the population do not have access to a banking account. I am sure that the figures in Africa will be the same. I don't know in South Asia, but that's the main problem for us, the global majority. For the financial centers, there's another problem for them. But for us, we need we need a map in order to see where we are and where we're going to have, we're going to be in the next 5 years or 6 years or 10 years. And the problem is that most of the available maps that are in there is that they're written from the perspectives of the huge financial centers or they're tied to the financial institutions. Most of what is written by huge consulting companies that have as clients as the major clients as the global big financial institutions. And we need a perspective from the global digital majority, and that's the challenge. And that's what we want to do. We want to have our own vision of that, and we want to do that. And that's innovative, but also we want to do that by a means that everyone could collaborate with that. And the idea is that we want to have 3 books. One is about the fintech revolution, understanding what is a fintech, and one is what it could become, or how it could challenge the banks, or how it's challenged the banks, and how it could foster financial inclusion like it did in Africa, and like it's doing in Africa right now, and what we should do about understanding what is a fintech. 2, understanding the impact of the decentralized finance, everything related to finance, decentralized finance, especially the crypto paradigm and everything related to these alternative coins that are emerging everywhere, and how we need to understand, we need to set up our own rules, our own protocols to connect between the global majority. Because if we're going to depend on the financial centers again, this history is going to repeat again. And the third one is going to be about the intelligent capital of finance. I mean, the impact of artificial intelligence in finance, and that's going to be, this is our proposal. Obviously, we could change, but it's not about having another fintech book. It's about our perspective, summarizing is a perspective from the global digital majority, not the view of the financial centers or the banking, huge banks' interest, but our interest as a global majority. But looking at industry also, but also acknowledge the global trends that are shaping the global economy. Because one of the problems we see in these documents about talking about the transformation of financial industries, focus too much on their clients, on the banks, and financial institutions and fintechs and the relation between them, but they're not seeing what's going on outside. And there are huge changes. There are huge changes that are coming in the way. So we're witnessing them. The geopolitical factor is a huge factor we need to consider. The evolution of Africa as one of the most important markets in the world, you have to consider that and everything related to that. Excuse me. And we have most of this book is already written, but we need more, and we have structured the document as, first understanding the context of financial disruption, understanding that this is just the result of a global tsunami like we're in, which is the digital revolution, which is much more profound and much more complex than the industrial revolution. The second chapter will be about what is a fintech, because when you see a description of what a fintech is, they say it's a financial institution that uses technology to provide financial services, and that is, that is a bank. Anyone could fit in that into that category. So need to understand what a fintech is and what is the difference with the banks and with cooperatives and mutual unions and everything else. We need to know what are the possibilities of strategic models of adaptation, because in most of the literature of created by the financial centers, they say, especially if you read books or documents made in England, they say this is going to change the world in terms of and maybe it could be like that. This is going to change the world of financial world in terms that the banks is going to turn themselves as unseen providers of financial services, and fintechs are going to become the ones to face clients in a way that, I don't know, any other market could organize, any other industry could organize itself. But maybe that is not the case in our countries, and we need to learn about that, okay? We need to understand what will be the relation between fintechs and banks, which is a very critical relation, and the role of regulators and the role of law is really important. And then we need to understand what is the role of fintech and in the new industry and the new global landscape of the financial industry in relation to financial inclusion, because our view is financial inclusion, because we think that, and here an idea that a solid, healthy, democratic, competitive financial industry is really critical for, growth, economic growth, sustainable economic growth, and also for social justice. Yeah. So we need to think that everything that we're talking about is going towards fintech and we're going towards financial inclusion, which is our main objective. And so how are we going to do that? And what we're asking you, and you can share the word, is that, I don't know, we need a lot of information, of course, but more than statistic, because there's a lot of statistics over there, we need to understand the view, and we need to put in this book much more about, a regional contextual analysis, an example of every chapter we're preparing. We need to understand how the business models work in every single country or in the regions. I'm pretty sure that, an example, one of the keys to expansion in Africa is simplicity of the tools you provide. Here in Latin America, they're much more focused on how interesting and how easy it is to manage a UX in a digital platform. And obviously, security and cybersecurity is really important here in the region. We need to know what are the local fintech business models. We need to know some case studies that could help us in understanding what are the differences between our global majority. We need to know, of course, what has been the impact in the successful cases and then not so successful cases in fintech. And obviously, if there's a prospect vision of what's going to happen in one of all these regions, and we need that. We need that collaboration. And how there's a contact, Cristina Moore, which is the founder, could help us in coordinating this with also Alexander Taito from IDEA. And obviously here myself, and I think if some information is directed to you, Sarah, you could, direct it to us, because this is a really interesting idea we have, and maybe a very good way to create an impact. Thank you from the center of the world. This is the volcano Cotopaxi erupting until recently. I hope we could launch this book here, because I think as long as we are in the top of the world in geophysical manner, the word is going to spread really, really easy, like a volcano does. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ruben. And oh my God, I gotta visit Ecuador very soon. Thank you. Thank you for your great
welcome.
talk. Thank you. Okay, so next, so basically I would love to welcome on stage Armando. So Armando, if you can please. Thank you. Amazing. Hi, Armando. Great to be with you. Brilliant. So I'm just gonna, you have your slides with you, yes?
Yes, hold on a minute. Let me share my screen.
Fantastic.
And then we're gonna start going as soon as possible. Okay. Oh, sorry.
Oh, good. Take your
Yep.
time.
All right. The permission.
Yes. Yes, we've been streaming for quite a while now, so I appreciate everybody who is still here. Thank you so much. Oopsie. Okay, so what's gonna happen now, since we have a dropout, so basically I'm gonna share until Armando comes back. I'm gonna share our last speaker video. And she unfortunately had an emergency today, and that's why she was not able to join us on stage. But she's left us with a video that I'm going to share with you in a second. So please bear with me. And a moment. So I would just need somebody to tell me if the sound is sharing as well. Is it good? Do you guys hear the sound? Can somebody tell me?
Yes, we do.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Amazing. Let's go for it. Sorry.
Beautiful and relevant event and collaborating with quality content alongside all these incredible professionals here. I will talk about transformative trends and initiatives that are taking care of the economy and urban special physical digital zones as digital economic districts and neighborhood areas with classes as smart city. In this presentation, we will explore how we strategy and excellent and setting our technology for those inclusion and standard. I will start by focusing on economic districts for the things a global trend in social organization and infrastructure of the whole economy that redefines the digital economy. These districts are special regulatory zones designed to test the emerging technologies and control environments without the traditional restrictions of a financial, political, and tax system. They function as technological laboratories and regulatory zones, allowing solutions that promote economic development, efficiency, security, and financial inclusion. These enable experiments in areas such as highly efficient digital payments, including taxes, blockchain technologies, and digital assets, ensuring greater transparency
decentralized financing, further expanding access to credit, digital identity, reinforcing security and combating fraud, smart contracts which streamline and automate processes, and digital social currencies and stable points for cities, further strengthening local economies. The relevance of AEs lies in the need for adaptive regulatory environments. Banks, fintechs, and governments can safely test new financial models, reducing risks before their large-scale implementation. These districts also drive financial inclusion with open source communities, peer-to-peer economies, and distributed decentralized networks where rules are defined collectively. A notable example is digital social currencies, which circulate in local communities, stimulate small businesses, and reduce dependence on traditional financial institutions. Digitally managed, they offer transparency, security, and greater circulation in global wealth, promoting more resilient and inclusive financial systems. DEVs therefore represent a strategic step towards a more accessible and efficient digital economy, with the potential to transform communities globally. As a practical example, unlike traditional currencies, they strengthen local economies by enabling alternative financial systems globally. For populations without access to a banking system, these currencies can be tokenized and digitally managed, creating viable and sustainable alternatives. Among some advantages and use cases of digital social currencies is greater circulation of global wealth, boosting small businesses, strengthening local economies, reducing dependence on large chains, adaptive regulation, a more agile savings, allowing employees to thrive independently, sustainably, or in the process of contributing, demystifying the population become key to the process of mass adoption. But there is still a custody. Based on these forms, we are
Dear Sarah, we cannot hear her at all. It's not audible. From the very
You cannot.
No, we could not
Okay.
hear anything. People are texting, and no one.
People are texting. Okay. Sorry, let me just see if can I do this. Ein Moment. Okay. Can you hear now? Can you hear now or not?
No, no, we cannot. I cannot, actually.
No, you cannot. Okay. Got it. Okay, so how can I do this? So wait, let me see. I'm gonna just a second, please. So I'm gonna bring Armando to the screen. Good. I think he's here already. Hopefully he can share his stuff. So you couldn't hear the speaker at all? No?
No.
Okay, good. Okay, cool. So
Yeah,
we're gonna, yes, now. Aha. Yes, Armando is back. Okay, so we just
Perfect.
had like quite an inefficient break from Armando, but the universe said, well, I want Armando first, so we're gonna do it like that. So Armando, please, have your talk. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'm gonna be as quick as possible because I mean this is a topic that have a lot of things we can actually grasp upon, but I'm going to have a more government perspective on how we can achieve digital sovereignty and why it's important for us to enable an open, inclusive, and trusted societies for the future. Okay. First of all, we need to define what we call about technological sovereignty because there are many definitions, but one way we can summarize it is basically in three major ways. The first one is we can define it as a nation or region's capacity to autonomously cultivate and manage its digital landscape. The second one would be the importance that it has for diminishing the reliance on international technology monopolies, especially when it comes to these big tech companies that actually has a hold on what technologies we use and consume for all our own local activities, whether government or private or personal activities. And I think it's more pervasive with AI and the cloud. And the third one, which is important to also have an understanding, is that with technological sovereignty allows us to protect data, to have more control or leverage over the infrastructure that we have, and of course, it allows us to foster innovation, not just by creating homegrown products within the administration for all people to use, but also for the private sector to start using the government as a platform and start building and thriving and doing things that are interesting and have societal value that benefits all. Okay, basically, there's a strategic need that we need to understand for us to start building our own tech stack. First of all, it is important that we start building or defining what interoperable digital architecture on multiple layers is, and defining that is important for us, not just for on a application layer, where most of the people are actually focused, but also from a hardware to cloud to applications perspective. Because the way we define the hardware architecture is very intrinsically tied to the way that we define our own applications and the way these applications can be scaled out to all layers of society. It also allows us to have some sort of control, accountability, and scalability when it comes to these services. So regarding the stack layers that we should be taking into consideration, we have, for example, the raw materials and energy, semiconductors, connectivity infrastructure, devices and IoT, cloud computing, operating system and applications, and data governance and AI. Of course, sovereignty can mean a lot of things for all the kinds of people. And it's important to understand that all the governments and countries, for example,
Yeah, I think we're losing Armando. Okay, wait.
Have the same way. Sovereignty can mean a lot of things, given that most of the governments right now are actually focusing on the application layer. Yes. Okay, can you hear me?
We just lost you. Yes, we just lost you for a
Can you hear
minute,
me?
but you're back. Yes, yes, Armando, keep going.
Okay. Okay. So most of the governments are actually focusing on the application layer, and they're focusing on these called application layer, where what is called DPI actually is residing, mostly because it's an efficient and somewhat cheap way to start achieving this digital sovereignty while they build capacities for hosting a myriad of cloud services that are homegrown and are native to each country. In that regard,
Okay. Armando got disconnected. Chado. Okay. So one of the difficulties of creating a global event, as Philip has mentioned earlier, is that, sometimes you have internet problems from around the world, and it is the way it is. So as it happens, our partners from IDEA, I think, are in Congo right now, and they have also lost power and electricity. And therefore, yes, I would have to moderate this. And it also looks like Armando is, having an unstable internet connection. So we would just wait a second to see if he's able to come back. Okay. So let's see if this works. No, I'm not sure. I think what I would be doing if Armando doesn't come back, but I think he will. Just a second. Okay. So I will see if I can, Professor Anis, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I'm here.
Yes, I just wanna see if I can share my sound. For whatever reason, I'm not able to share my sound from the video. I don't know why.
I'm
But I
here.
just wanted. Good. Thank you. So
I'm just
I'm not
listening,
able.
and doing some things I have to do Friday afternoon. But
Yeah, in Vienna,
amazing,
you're
man.
listening from Vienna, right?
Sure. From you, yes, from Vienna, from United Nations.
That's amazing. Cool. So Armando is back. Thank you. I just wanna.
Maybe for those that joined, just to while you are waiting, people to reconnect, to say once more that I'm really deeply impressed by the commitment, by the knowledge, by the suggestions and ideas of the colleagues. I really took a lot of notes from all of it. And again, I would just like to mention the Understanding Artificial Intelligence course, which would be interdisciplinary course. And as many stated before, we have a right, but also obligation, to gap the digital divide, but also to get into more comprehension and understanding, and the ownership, of course. So very often Global South complains, but basically it's reluctant to take a bolder leadership role of decision making, to bring initiative and to be proactive. So I think this is again, the Silk Road platform is one of the means, but as we are also preparing the program on understanding of artificial intelligence with a consortium of partner, this is also an option and possibility for let's say, especially for mid to top career decision makers to join and to voice themselves and to influence also the alumni network that will be created from it. So far,
Yes.
so good, from my side, from the cloudy Vienna. All of the very best.
Thank you so much, Professor Anis. Thank you. Okay, amazing. And we have Armando back. Thank you. Armando?
Okay. So sorry.
Yes.
I entered a
All
local
good. I
and
know.
yeah, everything also
All
works.
good.
Yes, it's on the move. On the move. So,
No problem. So you don't have
so-
to share your video, that it doesn't affect the quality. You can just share the presentation. I think that will be good. Yes?
yes.
Amazing. Go for it.
Okay. Let me continue there. Okay. So what was I? And when it comes to digital public infrastructure, it's basically defined as essential and compatible digital frameworks and components for governments and service provision. It is basically tied to three main technologies that are used to provide digital identity or identities, to manage digital payments and secure data exchange. And these three technologies basically are the backbone for a digital economy that allows the buildings of new and interesting public services in many ways. So alongside the DPIs, we have another set of building blocks, which are called the digital public goods, which is basically, I wouldn't say a rebranding, but it's mostly a new paradigm when it comes to developing public software based on open source technology, standards, and contents that are available for the public benefit. There, in many ways, they share many of the traits of traditional open source projects, in the sense that they have a community that's behind. The main difference is that most of the members of that community are part of a government organization or a government-funded nonprofit organization that actually working on defining, building, and creating these sort of solutions that are scalable, adaptive, and inclusive, and in a way it serves as some sort of societal value. We have many examples of these solutions that some of them can also be considered DPIs. For example, we have the MOSIP project that is mostly tasked with identity, not just for authentication or identification matters, but also to providing foundational ID systems for people and countries that actually in need of them. We have OpenG2P that are more focused on payments. We have DHSI2, which are more focused on health and education, and also to handle civil registries for also the very tied to identity. And of course, we have X-Road for data exchange, which is one of the primary platforms for data governance and everything that's related to interoperability across systems and governments and platforms. And in a sense, DPI help us to enable digital sovereignty in many ways. First, it ensures autonomy over digital infrastructure. It promotes national ownership and public trust. And finally, it minimizes dependency on foreign proprietary systems, which is one of the most important things because it allows us to circumvent the traditional vendor lock-ins that are in place. Of course, there are many aspects that we need to understand that not all proprietary technology is inherently bad. It depends on the way that we use it. And of course, if we define an architecture that allows these proprietary components work and play nicely with other open components in a way of interoperability and data management. So a DPI first digital government architecture should be focused on five major aspects. First, the digital identity in a way that must be secure, inclusive, and federated. The second one, the digital payments, they should be instant, should be low cost or no cost, and completely interoperable across systems, banks, and platforms. Data exchange, that should be consent-based, secure, interoperable, and of course, respects the core tenets and principles of data protection and privacy rights of all citizens and people. Core registries, in a way that all registries should be structured in a way that they should be open, interoperable, and available to all the people that actually need it. And there are many registries, but the core ones should be business, population, land, healthcare, education, etc. And of course, having service delivery portals that should be unified, that should be user-friendly, and of course, should be universal when it comes to its access. In a way, the core principles should be, as I repeated again, the use of open standards and interoperability, the use of privacy and inclusion by design. It should be meant for public benefit and accountability, and it should be completely vendor neutral and agnostic for its implementation. In order for this to have sense in a way that all the governments should apply that, is that we need to define a proper governance for a sustainable digital public infrastructure. First, we need to define proper governance frameworks and institutions that actually engage various stakeholders from the technical community, the private sector, all other government agencies, and foreign governments as well, to define properly the guide how these DPI should be evolved. This is very tied to other frameworks, for example, other aspects, for example, legal frameworks that enhance interoperability and safeguards, such as data protection, cybersecurity, and of course, everything that's related to the standardization how code is made and procured, and of course, things related to sustainability and climate change, and of course, the partnership that should be made across sectors to foster innovation and growth, and to one or another allow the government to become a platform for others to build and do. There's also some important aspects when it comes to financing that should be to take into consideration as well. It is important that the government start defining processes for planning investments and public funding when it comes to technology, just to allow a better use of the limited funds that most of the people in the global majority has. And of course, aligning the resources to maximize the investments and returns that we do on data public infrastructure. We can also leverage the multilateral support that is actually behind this. There's a lot of organizations that are actually supporting this. I wanted to talk about that in a few moments. And philanthropic partnerships, NGOs that are actually very invested into making this the way forward for to attaining a more sustainable development for when it comes to digital. And of course, the open source contribution, regional collaboration that is important, because in a way to have a good base of technical people working on this is fostering these sort of communities and collaboration across nations and countries and shared assets when it comes to DPI. So I think we already did talk about that, but again, the guiding principles should be defined by this framework. And there's some policy and recommendations that we should take into account. First, we need to invest more into sovereign tech R&D. We need to promote open source technologies. We need to foster regional and global digital coalitions. And we need to establish trust frameworks and regulatory clarity. We should define properly what would be our priorities, considering the financing that we need and the cross-sector buy-in, because it's important to get also the private sector on board with this. We need to start defining and launching and piloting DPIs programs in key sector, whether they are subsidies or education, healthcare, or whatever. But it's important to start small and then start scaling bit by bit. We need to also to start fostering and creating these public-private innovation hubs in a way that the private sector can actually pour resources in, and also to get invested into DPIs, because in one way or another, they're going to be the major beneficiaries of this. And of course, we need to do that while ensuring the digital rights that citizens has. And one way or another, we need to put in place safeguards that allows the citizens to make the rights valid. There are some challenges that we need to anticipate. We're going to be a lot of backlash in the local countries. We're already experiencing that, because the global tech competition and market pressures, the market dynamics can be very tough. And of course, there are some talents and capability gaps that we need to find a way to close as quick as possible. This is why the communities and open source fundamentals are important. A lot of coordination to avoid fragmentation, because that's a major risk, alongside the cybersecurity risk, of course. And we need sustained political and institutional will. This is not something for a political party or in power or a sitting government to push alone. It should be a whole of society approach when it comes to digital development. And like I said, there's a lot of momentum and collaboration. We have initiatives that stems directly from the UN, such as the GovStack initiative, the DPI Safeguard initiative, the Digital Public Goods Alliance, 15 initiatives, and many others. There are frameworks that are actually in place. Recently, in September, we adopted the Digital Global Compact that actually mandates the implementation of DPI-like architectures for the digital governments. The G20 also is doing a lot of heavy lifting when it comes to DPI, shared by India, South Africa, Brazil. And also the GovStack framework is another, which is also part of it. It's important to look, to understand, to see how we can actually start working and scaling this. And of course, there should be a call to action for anyone to start sharing, co-developing, and localizing open solutions to suit the national needs, and to start sharing and understanding their experiences so we can actually start scaling this and making this a reality. In conclusion, we're doing this to build for the public good. DPIs and DPGs are tools for digital autonomy, inclusion, and equity. A sovereign digital future is open, trusted, and people-centered. And finally, we should invest in infrastructure that empowers everyone, everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Armando, for such a great talk. I actually have seen in the chat, maybe you can check, you need to have some conversations, some pretty cool conversations with Ruben. Thank you so much, Armando. Thank you for managing the talk despite the connectivity issue. So with that, I would love to conclude this beautiful day that was very eventful from around the world. We've had speakers from and audiences from 23 different cities. I'd love to thank you all for your time, investment in this. Also the team behind the scenes, Konstantin, Milky, and Nasha. So yeah, thank you to Philip for co-creating, founding this actually Global Future Summit. And please do make sure that you check out our business club. So if you're interested to collaborate, co-create further and develop all the potential great projects that we've talked about today into realities that serve people. Thank you so much for listening, for being attentive, and have a blessed Friday, everybody, and see you next November. Thank you. Bye. Thanks a lot. Thank you, Professor Amis. Thank you. Bye. Bye.